Chad's coming another meeting, so we kind of.
And especially with this comments that you're making.
Yeah, so you're okay with that.
Derek, that baby's beautiful. Yeah, exactly.
Thanks after your mom.
I think they both look like you.
I got one I sell you for about $25.
The baby,
Thank you, gas.
I think both of them. Biggest are covered up.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, perfect, thank you, ma'am. This is.
One thing I hate about cutting the phone on is I had to have it on in 3 or 4 days is the notifications go on forever.
Glad you said something. Turn mine silent before it goes off.
Oh man, I covered a meeting before. I forgot to do that and I was streaming with the phone so I couldn't do it.
Well, anything. Because they had to do it. And they had to do the intern. Yeah. She's at Public Aid.
We're gonna do it.
You have to watch me. My glasses on, I have to do this. Walmart glasses.
Derek, you got an extra pen over there?
She's on it, well,
Paul, what time is it, Paul? What time is it?
It's not, it's, you got a minute and a half, 2 minutes. Need to get them eyes worked on, too.
Start on the 22nd, 27th, yeah, I do. Retina.
I almost scheduled my ride.
Are you a cataract or you?
Cataract.
It'll be fine. It's the, when you get in there, my retina's what's found out. I can see out of the left eye. This is right eye, you just bring, take this one off. I already see that thing. I can see it. Film.
You got 30 seconds, Gary.
30 seconds.
Money don't mean nothing.
If you want to, we can double hit it.
Hey, you far away. If you watch me, I know you're fast.
I'm picking up all the running.
Paul Lipton says we're ready to go. I just want to make one announcement. A lot of people knew Carol Arnold. She worked in the school system. She worked in another school system, and she passed away this past week. And I went by the funeral home there a while ago, and it was really a funeral homes are weird anyway. But the music that was playing was I felt like we need to come in and ask somebody to dance and kind of float around, do that kind of thing in there. And that was Carol, and heard one of my favorite songs. And this is why I'm gonna hang in here today. It's called "My Girl, I Got Sunshine on a Cloudy Day." We've all heard that. So let's don't get weird and get dull. Let's keep the sunshine in here. Keep her self. We've always agreed here. to give respect to each other. And I think that's something that gives us sunshine on a cloudy day. Y'all come back by tonight about 12, cut the lights off, make sure we're gone. Seems to be a long agenda. But anyway, I want to say thank you to the Commissioner Board for being here. This is budget time. You have to find that cloudy, it's going to get cloudy, but we're going to shine it back up. Just want to say thank you to you for being here, being part of this. And we got LS3P, we got the gurus here that's been with us for a long time and bringing information to us today. And just want to say thank you. At this time, Counselor, any announcements, anything you need to add to it or anything?
I don't have anything.
Lori? Mr. Cheryl? Mr. Young?
No, sir.
Brother?
It's a good day.
Amen. Sunshine. Paul?
Let's roll.
You got this whole thing, so you better save your breath. All right. Okay. Number 3, on our agenda,
Mr. Shields, we'll be pulling, Mr. Chairman, we'll be pulling item number 3 from the agenda. We're going to take up this matter at a regular scheduled meeting on February the 13th.
and that, can you share that? They may not have the agenda that we have.
Yes, a scheduled public hearing regarding sale of county property, and we'll be discussing that on the 13th.
Okay. Follow-up discussion regarding Macon Middle School track. See, Emily, is that you all, or is that where we're going?
Mr. Chairman,
Okay, all right.
thank you, and thank you, Emily, for being here. Thank you all both for being here today with us. Would like to say, Emily and Jamie have been working with us a long time, and they had submitted an RFQ for the design of the Macon Middle School track. And just to reiterate, this process dates back a while. First, the school system brought to us a proposal from a track company that would go toward building this track. It would basically be the track that we were putting back out there. Upon reviewing this proposal, I think this board started discussing it, as well as the school liaison committee, and no one felt comfortable because we really didn't know what the specs for a track should be. We didn't know what we were looking at. We didn't know what we needed sub-base wise, sub-grade wise. And so it was decided by this board to issue an RFQ for design services for a track. So we issued that RFQ. We had LS3P that was selected. As part of that process, we have since went back, negotiated a contract with LS3P, which is included in your packet here, for a lump sum compensation of $55,200. That is for the design of this track, and it will get it online the first day of school this year. That's based on a estimated construction cost of $850,000. This fee's been calculated at 6.5%. That's customary, and the liaison committee would recommend moving forward with this proposal submitted by LS3P.
Hear a motion?
Chairman, as the liaison of the school system to the Macon County School Board, we had a lot of discussion. And look, this track's going to be every different direction. And I feel like after seeing all the response on the RFPs and all the variation of construction, I just think it's wise, and I think this board agreed initially that we're going to have one plan that we can send out for bid, and all contractors can bid on that set of plans. Essentially, that's what this is. At this time, I'd like to make a motion that we enter into a, let's see, would this be a contract? Okay, the amount of $55,200 LS3P for design services at Macon Middle School track.
How much would 55 what?
2.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
And Juan does second the motion. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Yes, sir.
$850,000 proposed or projected that this track's going to cost. Where are these funds coming from? Are we going to pay for it out of fund balance?
We have, right now, we have $728,439.03 left over from the Macon Middle School renovations. And for a couple of years now, I think the board has kind of talked, if we have leftover money, we use that towards the track. And then the school has a grant, I can't
Yes.
recall that amount.
Yes,
You got
it's
that?
it's 109,936 roughly,
Okay.
and it's for the K-12 athletic grant.
So
And we have that money currently.
you have it
Yes.
currently available. Okay.
So basically, these funds are available with no further burden to the taxpayers of this county.
And I would like to know, I feel like these contractors will come back. Mr. Lynch, please correct me if I'm wrong and give us bids. We want to actually bid this out again, and at that point in time, we can see where they lay. It's not necessarily a contract for $850. It's more or less a design that's their estimate. Yes.
Right.
That's
Once LS3P designs it, is bidding a part of those contract? The proposal, I haven't had time to read it. So once LS3P designs it, they'll put it out to bid, and then, we'll receive bids and see how they shake out. And
Okay.
then those will come back to the Board of Commissioners to award the bid at that time.
So this 55,000 that motion's on the floor is LS3B, their complete amount to them based on $850,000. Is that correct?
Is that correct, LS3P? Yes.
Okay. So if it's less than 850, LS3P is less than 55,000, or it's,
That 55,200 is a lump sum fee for us to design the track.
Okay.
Regardless of what it will cost on bid day from the contractors. That's the cost of our work.
okay. And then you're going to get 6.5% on top of?
No, sir.
Okay, all right,
That was the factor that we used to get to that number, but it turns into a lump sum that will neither change higher or lower regardless of what the track actually costed.
All right, thank you.
And this, Mr. Sherrill, includes them, and correct me if I'm wrong, includes you guys soliciting an RFP under your direction, and that fee is included in that $55,000. So let them present to us the bids, and I feel like we should have some say in the bids, the contractors.
Well, it was approved the last meeting to go with an architectural firm. We have beat this thing to death. I'm good. Let's
roll.
And I'd be good too if we didn't have, in reviewing the previous bids that we've got, and we heard last month from a professional design company and track builder who has submitted a set of plans already, and we've got them in hand. And this firm has just completed the Clemson University track. They're negotiating with the University of Kentucky right now to design and build a track. I think the plans that they submitted to us months ago were complete, and I just can't see any reason to redesign something we've already got a good design on. But, it's a new point at this point, and I think that firm would work with y'all in Boone or somewhere on another track design. And what's the timeline on this again?
August 24th,
Will be
complete.
when the plan or the track.
Plans and specs complete by late March.
The what?
The plans and specifications are to be completed by late March. The permitted and bidding complete by May 1st. Bid approval, contract award to May 14th. I assume that's one of our regular board meeting date. Notice to proceed for construction, May 28th, which is a few days after the last day of school. And then construction should be complete by August 23rd before school starts.
Well, in an attempt to get this thing going, let's do it. I mean, we talk about a lot of things, we just don't get them done, so I'm good with it.
Thank you. Superintendent, anything you need to add to this, clarification, you or Tracy?
I don't think so.
Okay,
We're
all right.
appreciative.
We beat this baby to death. Let's bring it home. All right. No more discussion? Vote. Raise your hand, say aye. Aye. 5-0. 5-0. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's see. Okay, I believe for us, maybe for y'all too, if you've got an agenda, we're gonna flip over to the other side of this. We're gonna do the fiscal year 25 budget kickoff. If you can flip over that, and it'll say fiscal year 25 budget kickoff. 1A, wait a minute, remember I've got crazy glasses. Okay, 1A. The CIP update and financial overview is Mitch here.
Yes, sir.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing well. Good
Good
afternoon.
to see you, good to see you.
Got hard copies for you, so we'll get those passed out. Mr. Chair, board members, appreciate y'all having me back. I'll wait for a minute until you get your hard copies here to dive in. But, you know, this is kind of the continuation of the process we started, gosh, I don't know, 6-7 years ago, the annual CIP process. And, you know, similar to what we've done in the past, we'll have a quick recap of where you stand currently in terms of your credit standing and your good financial overview, including the past year. And then we'll transition into the proposed CIP and potential funding plan tied to that CIP. So starting out, page numbers in the bottom right corner, you all established your credit rating back in 2021. So that was in conjunction with Macon Middle School financing. And you know, that credit rating for the county is very, you know, similar to in our personal lives, our credit score, right? That's what lenders are looking at to determine the credit worthiness of the county and if they want to lend you money, and if so, at what interest rate, right? And so the better your credit rating, the lower interest rate you have, the better access to borrow money if you choose to do so. County is rated AA2, AA by Moody's and Standard & Poor's. Those are the two most common nationally used credit rating agencies. And that's a very good credit rating. You're in that AA category, which is the second highest category. And you are 2 steps away from the highest possible rating of a AAA. So you're in very good shape here on your credit score or your credit rating. You have access to the market to borrow money if you choose to do so at attractive interest rates. And as we go through the process, like we've done in the years, over the years, look at developing a funding plan, we want to keep in mind how that funding plan could potentially impact the county's credit rating. Not that you should make decisions solely based on your credit rating and potential impacts, but want to make sure we understand the potential outcomes of any funding plan on your credit rating. That's one consideration in the process. So we'll go through a little bit of information on that along the way. And to put some perspective around some of these key things that we'll look at, we're going to compare you to other counties rated similar to you all, AA1, which is 1 step higher than you, AA2, which is your current rating, and AA3, which is 1 rating slightly below you. And we're going to look at all those counties nationally with those credit ratings and within North Carolina with those credit ratings. So give you a little bit of perspective on that. And folks always seem to find this interesting. In the bottom right corner here, you can see the North Carolina counties that are rated. and what categories they fall in. And so you can kind of see some of the names of the counties that fall into your category and the one right above you, just for perspective. Okay? And then just as a refresher on page 5, as you're looking at those names, what goes into that credit rating, right? And we know we have a very good credit rating, but why and how could we improve it? The rating agencies have methodologies that they use. They publish these methodologies. It's a pretty transparent process. And we summarize those for you here on page 5. But I think the easiest place to talk off of is if you look at that top left corner, Moody's Investor Service. What do they look at? What are they focused on when they're developing your credit rating? It's 4 factors. Number 1, economy. That makes up 30% of their factors for your credit rating. That's things like your tax base, your assessed value. That's things like your income levels of the county and the county GDP, gross domestic product. Those are some of the things that they look at there. Financial performance, so your fund balance. Are you adding to fund balance or are you spending it down? Do you have a balanced budget where revenues are equal to or exceeding expenses? Those type of things. That goes into that financial performance category. That's 30% of the overall rating process. Institutional framework is 10%. You're gonna have a AA or a good score there because you're a county in North Carolina. That's their standard score for counties in North Carolina. And there are other states where counties have a AAA or a very good score. And that's just a function of as how North Carolina is organized. You all as a county have to fund school capital. You've got the DSS requirements and other mandated services that you have to provide, which are a little different than other states. And then finally, the last thing they look at, the remaining 30% is leverage. That's a fancy way of saying your debt and debt obligations. So that's your existing debt outstanding and few other liabilities like your pension and other post-employment benefit liabilities that you have to pay out in the future. So that's kind of the 4 key areas that are focused on by the rating agencies. And I think we've talked about this in the past, but I think it's worth noting. You really only have direct control. You all as a board through the budget process and actions that you can take this year really only have direct control over about 60% of that rating. Your financial performance and your debt, right? Economy, certainly. You could put, policies in place, you can encourage and support and fund economic development initiatives, but that's more of a longer term impact, right? There's nothing you can do as part of this budget process immediately to change things like income levels and tax base, things like that. So I think the message here is, which you've done and done very well, is focus on the things that you can control and continue to do well in those as you've done in the past. Make sense? And you all feel free to interrupt me and along the way and make it conversational. Prefer that actually. So just quick summary here on page 6, looking at that financial performance side of things that we talked about, that 30% of the rating. I think it's interesting to look at it graphically. The top left graph is comparing your expenditures, which are the bars, the dark green and the light green. That's your operating expenses, and then your transfers out for things like capital. Those are the bars. And then the gold line over top of that is your operating revenues, your revenue piece, right? And so what you see is that line is above the bars in every year, right? That means that your revenues, annual revenues coming in, have exceeded your expenses going out. You have a balanced budget, and in fact, you are doing a little bit better than that, right? So your budget is structurally balanced and you're creating surpluses every year. In particular, right, the last 3 years have been very, very good for you all. And one of the major drivers of that is the sales tax performance, right? It started back with COVID and the unknown about what happens to sales tax in particular during this shutdown. How does that impact things? But you all, like a lot of places around the state, saw the exact opposite, where that just did way better than was expected. And the conversation with a lot of folks around the state has been, we saw double-digit growth in sales tax during the COVID year and the year following that. How long can that really continue? You have to budget that conservatively because it's a very economically sensitive revenue source, and you can't count on double-digit type growth every year. So this is a very similar trend on the sales tax side that you all have seen, that we're seeing around the state, as folks are having to budget conservatively, expecting that growth to slow. In the last 3 years, it's just really performed very well, which has allowed you all to increase your fund balance levels nicely over the last 3 years with those surpluses that were generated.
And you say that's what you're seeing across the state?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very common theme that we're seeing around the state. And I'm getting out of my lane here, Lori may have other thoughts on this, but kind of what we're seeing from a lot of folks now, it's only 4-ish months in for the sales tax distributions that we've gotten, but starting to see that growth appear to be slowing down a little bit. More in line with the 1 to 3% type growth is kind of what we're seeing around the state now. So it seems like what people have been planning for the last 3 years is maybe starting to materialize this year. But all in all, structurally balanced budget, done a very nice job with that, adding to fund balance. This just underscores what the rating agency saw with your very strong financial performance. And related to the fund balance, you all have an informal policy there that you all have established. It's something you all kind of talked about, and staff tries to track, but do not have a formal fund balance policy at this stage. Informal policy target has been in that 25% range. And you can see that graphically in the top left slide. The red line is that 25% informal policy. The dark green line is your unassigned fund balance that's applicable to that policy level. That unassigned fund balance, that's your rainy day funds. That's your free funds available for emergencies or opportunities or for spending. And that's what your policy is tied to. That's what we typically recommend policies are tied to.
Let me ask you a question, if I may.
Yes, sir.
How many counties in the state of North Carolina has 85% fund balance, undesignated fund balance?
Well, let's put it into perspective. And this is as of 23. The peer comp on the right-hand side of the page. So if you look at that right-hand side of the page, this is as of fiscal year 22 data. So it doesn't include your fiscal year 23 results because not everybody has their 23 audit done yet. So we're still focused on 22. If you look at the dark green bars down at the bottom, those are the North Carolina rating medians, right? So that means that's the average of each of those rating categories. And you can see it ranges from 25 to 35% there. The blue lines are the range of the data, right? So that's the average, but some are higher and some are lower. So you can see the folks there, that blue line in that AA2 category, your rating category, somebody was close to the 60% level, which is right where you all were at last year. So folks, see a lot of folks in that on the higher end in the 50s, 60s, and with the performance last year going up even higher than that. But it's certainly you have available fund balance. And that's part of what we wanted to talk to you all about today. And if you remember, part of what we talked about last year in funding the CIP.
Let me ask you something real fast while we're on that. I'm curious, more historically, how has our fund balance, kind of related to our budget? Go back 10 years, 20 years. Have we historically been 50, 60%, 60%? No. You see the last 3 years, my point is, the last 3 years we've, obviously elevated pretty steeply, but I'm curious, the 10 years before that,
I don't have the data with me, but we've definitely not had highs like we have the past 3 years.
Right.
These have been abnormal times. And as you'll see when I get talk about my presentation, things like sales tax are definitely toning greatly down.
Yeah. And you can see on this chart here, I mean, since 2020, I mean, that, and a lot, what you're saying, back there, 19 and 18, that's a lot like the line was the 10 years prior. And then you can really see 2020, that's when it exploded.
and I'll move on, but like, have we ever been around the 25 mark? You know, it's an informal
Yes,
procedure.
yeah.
We have.
Yes,
Charts saying those don't have.
But it has been a while. I mean,
Several
it's
years back.
several years back.
Yeah, I mean, we probably were closer to 25, 30, 35.
Yeah.
But,
And what I'd say is related to that, right? There's a lot of factors that go into how much fund balance you may want to consider carrying. One of those is the size of your capital improvement plan, right? When you're doing things like the middle school project and some of the projects we'll talk about this year, you have to have some cash flow on hand, because even if you're planning to borrow money to fund a project, you have to get to the point where you have your bids in hand to borrow that project. You have to be able to cash flow, preliminary site work, design, all of that. Got to have funding to cash flow before you can borrow and reimburse yourself for that. So what you often see is, as folks are ramping up on a capital improvement plan, fund balance tends to stay a little bit higher above their policy to allow them that room to cash flow those expenditures. So that's one consideration. I do want to point out, and I think this is important, back in 2021, from the rating agency reports, the bottom right corner, the last sentence, S&P said that they could raise the county's rating if economic metrics improved, or if the county were to formalize additional financial policies and practices, everything else being equal. Right, so you all have improved your financial performance from 23, as we saw. You know, to the extent I know we've talked about it over the years, but you all look to adopt some policies as part of the budget process. Next time we talk to the rating agencies, I think that would be a very favorable factor for us to potentially try to push that rating up to even the next level, you know, one step away from the highest level.
What type of policies?
So, good question. First would be a fund balance policy, which you've got an informal policy. We'd suggest making that a more formal policy, and we've got some language for you on that on page 8. If you choose to do that as part of the budget, some sample language, suggested language we recommend. And as part of that, you know, one of the questions will be, well, what levels do we establish, right? You know, do we establish a target, like a minimum level? We don't want to fall below this, but we want to target something higher, or do you just want to establish an absolute minimum? I think, you know, the minimum and the target is a good way to go, because you say, look, you know, we're not going to fall below this level ever. Like that's not where we're not going to go below that level. We're going to target to be at this higher level, but anomalies occur, emergencies, opportunities that allow you to kind of pull down from that target level and still be above the minimum. So I think it just provides a little bit of flexibility in the policy. Last year, we talked about potentially looking at something like a target of around 40%. So, you know, minimum perhaps of this 25% consistent with your current policy, targeting something perhaps a little bit higher. And at least in the near term, as you fund capital projects. And if you look at that, the chart on the bottom left, you can see based on 2023's results, if you were to have a 40% target, line 4, 40% target, that would be a policy requirement of right at $25 million of fund balance and unassigned fund balance. You all are currently at $45 million. So that gives you about $20 million of excess funding that you could consider utilizing as part of a capital funding plan if you chose to do so. That amount was $15 million last year. So that's been an improvement, part of that financial performance that we talked about. And One of the things that we often see in policies and that I think rating agencies really appreciate, highlight this language for you if I can, it's in that second bullet, item B1 and 2. So if you have a fund balance target, right? Anything in excess of that target may be drawn down for non-recurring expenditures, right? The most typical of which is capital projects. And the reason why we think that's important is going back to that financial performance, right? Maintaining a structurally balanced budget. If you're spending fund balance on recurring expenses like personnel, salaries, fund balance is a one-time revenue, right? You blow through that 20 million over a couple of years and all of a sudden you've still got that expense level, right? You increased salaries, you added a new service that you're paying for every year. That expense doesn't go away, but that excess fund balance does. You spend through that and you don't have that revenue source anymore. So that's why we typically say, and I think the rating agencies appreciate, focusing excess fund balance on one-time expenditures, again, which is commonly capital projects. And so that's something you'll see as we get into the CIP funding plan. Just like last year, we built that into the CIP funding process, assuming that if you were to move forward with these policies, that would be the most likely use of the additional fund balance. So it's not sitting on the dollars that you've built up, using them for the funding program and bringing them back more in line with lower levels, but doing so as part of your policy and in conjunction with a policy. I think that just provides a lot of folks like rating agencies, like lenders, and probably everybody in this room some comfort that yeah, we built up a nice fund balance, we're spending it down, but we're doing it smartly in conjunction with our policy that we recently adopted.
So the state recommends 20%, is that still accurate?
Yes, the LGC, they have a target.
Their target, and it's typically based upon what they typically do is they look at a different type of fund balance, but it's the average of your population peer group is what they typically look at.
Okay.
So it's a slightly different calculation. Their calculation is more of, I don't know, Laura, I'm over my head, but more of like an accounting-based assets and liability type calculation, whereas the unassigned fund balance is kind of just looking at your cash flow, your fund balance that you actually have on the books available.
Yeah, the performance indicators that we have to do every year started a few years ago. The auditors filled part of this out, and based on the input from the audit, then it spits out some numbers. So the median fund balance available as a percentage of expenditures was 39% for our group that they throw us in. So that ties back into the target of 40 maybe, but not dropping below 25, which sticks historically with what previous several years of boards have stuck to. And then, of course, the minimum is the 20%.
And so in that, and I know you said the sales tax was one of the biggest drivers for this fund balance, but would that not be, if you do that consistently over the last 3 or 4 years, I mean, you can see the graph is going up and up and up and up. And that's, would you not offset the taxpayers' liability with these revenues?
Yeah, it's certainly that's an option, right? Once you get to the point of identifying, what the new level is, right? And I think one of the things that has been good in that you and others around the state have been able to add to fund balance and have that cushion, build up some cushion, but has been challenging from a budgeting perspective, right? Is because you're seeing double-digit sales tax growth, but you can't budget for that every year.
Right.
Right? So what happens is in 2020, you have double-digit growth, but you actually budgeted for a decline in sales tax given what the League of Municipalities and Association of County Commissioners are, right? So you got a big spread there. But when you go to do your 21 budget, you see, okay, we're not seeing that, right? It's actually doing better. So you set your 21 budget based upon what you're seeing in 2020, and then all of a sudden you have another double-digit growth in 21, right? And so that's kind of been the trend over the last few years. So now in 24, you set your budget based upon how you normally would, somewhat conservatively, based upon fiscal 23. And if trends continue with this lower level of growth in sales tax that we're seeing, you should come in much closer to budget. You're not going to have as wide of a gap. And so now you've kind of plateaued, and now you've kind of reestablished, all right, our new level of sales tax is around this level, and you're kind of balanced out at that point, and that all just gets built into the budget process at that point in time. So it's an annual process, an annual decision for you all, right? But in periods of intense growth, very high growth, you're tracking a year behind, and you got to wait until it plateaus before you catch up.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Real fast. If we have some minor, like formal policy changes to be made to improve our credit rating, that's all it takes. Could you make us a recommendation, maybe this board take up some kind of action during this budget? If it's just clerical, verbiage.
Yeah, look, there's no guarantee, right, that improves your credit rating, but they did say that would be a positive factor in the process.
It seems like it's so simple. It's something we could do really easy and put it in the budget.
I think you should. I do.
And you can provide us some recommendations.
Yes, sir, absolutely. We can coordinate with Derek and Lori on that.
Make a budget adoption, we can adopt it in March.
Yeah.
I just would like to see what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Just put it out there, and then if
We can
it's
get
that
that, share
simple,
it.
we
Yeah.
talked about it last year.
We can get draft policies,
Check that
share
box.
it with y'all to look at. Like I said, we could probably adopt them as soon as the March meeting.
Yeah, it can be done in a separate document as a standalone financial policy document, or it can be adopted and, as part of your budget document as well. And that way, we see it both ways. I think there's pros and cons of each. Doing it in the budget means you're looking at it every year, right? And you're thinking about it, and are these still the right levels? Are these still the right policies? So we'll coordinate and maybe put together a recommendation on how best to bring those to you. Yes, sir. All right, we're going to transition into some debt stuff now, unless other questions on finance. Okay. All right, so just real quick on your existing debt, right? This is kind of one of the baselines that we look at when we start talking about the CIP. Financial performance and that fund balance is one piece, debt is the other piece, right? And you all currently have about 22 million of outstanding tax-supported debt. Very low level for your size county. You're in good shape there. Most of that's tied to the Macon Middle School project. And I think one of the important things that you see is over the next 5 years, you have these significant step downs in your debt service levels, right? So that's going to be providing an opportunity as part of reviewing a capital improvement plan. There will be natural affordability for capital and or debt service as your existing payments decline. Right now, you got $3.5 million that you're paying, but by 2028, it's $2.5 million, and then it's $1.5 million in 29, right? So those are some pretty significant dollars that are being freed up just within your existing debt profile. And that's what, over the years, as we've been doing this capital plan, that's what's really helped fund some of that future capital. And then back to the policies, right? There's a couple of key debt policies that we recommend. The first is called the 10-year payout ratio, right? What percentage of your principal outstanding, and your borrowing amount, your debt outstanding, are you repaying over the first 10 years, right? And so the idea there is establishing a policy. Typical range is in the 50 to 60% range. I think 50% is the most common. And that's saying we're going to repay half of our debt over the first 10 years. That's just ensuring that by policy, you're not going out and taking on a bunch of debt but not paying back principal. You're just paying interest on it. You're not paying down your debt, and you're just pushing all of it out to future years for future boards, future taxpayers to have to deal with. You're just kind of managing along, paying the interest piece of it. That's the idea of this payout ratio. It ensures you pay it back in a responsible fashion. You're in good shape here. You're at 80%, going to 100% over the next 10 years. The policy recommendation is probably going to be at that 50% level. You'd be well in compliance with that. And you stack up nicely to the peers on the right-hand side of the page. So you're in really good shape here. The second key ratio that we look at is debt to assessed value. Debt as a percentage of your tax base. Property tax being the largest revenue source for counties in North Carolina, measuring the debt you have outstanding against that property tax base. You all are less than 0.2%, 0.2%. Policies are typically in the 2 to 3% range. So you're a fraction of that. And you can see, if you look in that peer comparative on the right-hand side, you're below all of those medians and kind of right in line with the lowest point of the North Carolina counties. So that's when I say, from a debt perspective, compared to the size of the county, you have very minimal debt outstanding compared to others. You're in good shape here. So that would be part of our policy recommendation. And then the last piece on 13 is debt service to expenditures. Your annual debt service payments, so not the total amount of debt outstanding, but what do you have to pay every year as a percentage of your budget. It's another measure of your debt burden that the county has, but it's also a measure of budgetary flexibility, right? Because if you issue debt, and we're going to do fixed rate debt, that's what we've done in the past, that's what we would do in the future. Those payments are locked in. We can tell you what your payments are for the next 15 to 20 years on all your debt. And you got to pay that, right? It's not like, you can't furlough a debt service payment, lay off a debt service payment, turn the lights off early. You really have no control over that piece of your budget, right? So that's where it's a measure of budgetary flexibility as well as your debt burden. Typical policy range in that 15 to 20% range. You all are right under 5%. So a fraction of typical policy ranges that we see. And again, on the right side of the page, you're at the low end of all the North Carolina medians and all the North Carolina AA rated counties for that matter. On the national side of things, I should have mentioned this on the other page too, the light green bars, that's national counties. I mentioned this earlier, right? Institutional framework for North Carolina is lower than some others. You have to fund schools, right? Well, in other states like South Carolina, independent school districts exist. They have their own tax rate and they issue their own debt to fund school capital. So you lose some comparability here, and this is what we see, right? North Carolina counties tend to have slightly higher debt outstanding, debt service to expenditure ratios than national counties because of some of those other increased funding obligations that you all have. So all in all, compared to these policies, again, bring those back to you for recommendation, you're in really good shape. You have debt capacity. That's what we typically refer to as. You have capacity to take on additional debt as part of funding a CIP if you choose to do so. Otherwise, you're still in really great shape, and it provides you a lot of flexibility going forward. Related piece of that, right, is affordability that we've talked about over the years. What does your cash flow look like? What do you have available to pay for capital going forward? And this is that really small chart that I know y'all love.
Look in the book for that.
Yeah. I won't go into, I think we've talked about this a couple of times now, but just high level reminder here, and this is why I use my iPad so I can zoom in. The left-hand side of this page is what we call your capital funding requirements. Your existing debt service in column B. Column C is a placeholder for proposed debt service. And then columns D and E are your pay-as-you-go, cash-funded capital. And this is just on your existing debt and your existing obligations right now. So we've shown how you budgeted 24 actually. And then going forward, we have your existing debt service in column B. We know what that is to the penny in future years. And then column E is your annual allocation for pay-as-you-go capital. This is something that you all put in place a number of years ago as part of the CIP. And it establishes a baseline minimum for planning purposes, $1 million for county pay-as-you-go capital, $1.15 million for school pay-as-you-go cash funded capital, and $600,000 for vehicle and equipment funding. So that's what makes up that baseline $2.75 million. Now, that doesn't mean you're spending exactly $2.75 million a year on cash capital. That's for planning purposes. When we get into the actual CIP, start to identify projects. Some years are a little higher, some years are a little lower, but you're spending and be able to budget that flat amount every year. There we go. All right, so then sort of the middle part of the page is the revenues that are available for funding capital. Column G is your fixed budget transfer for capital, fixed budget set aside for capital. That was set aside, gosh, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago. It's just over $2 million. Column H is restricted school revenue. So these are the lottery funds and the restricted school sales tax dollars. So they have to be spent on school capital projects. And to date, you've had ample school debt service and ample pay-as-you-go capital, that 1.15 plus million, to spend all of those restricted revenues. But, as your existing debt service declines, as the Macon Middle School debt service is declining every year, there are future dollars available from those restricted revenues. And then column I is that the budget for those pay-as-you-go, right, projects, same thing as column E. You've set that amount aside in your budget. And then column K is kind of a hodgepodge of some other revenues, partner revenues. People, some of the towns have agreed to pay a share, their share of certain debt obligations, as well as, and this goes back to Ms. Cheryl, about what you had talked about earlier, excess sales tax. So this is a planned use of excess sales tax. We use this for pay-as-you-go capital, right? Because we don't know that we're going to have an excess every year, and we can't budget for it, but we also don't want to ignore it. So we're planning to use it, but planning to use part of it, and tying it to one-time capital projects allows you to say, hey, we didn't get that excess last year, we need to slow down on some of those capital projects. So all that sums up into column L, revenues available. And then column M is tracking the annual surplus deficit, column F versus column L, right? Total requirements versus total revenues. And right now, you're in a surplus mode, right? We haven't layered in the CIP yet, right? So it's your existing requirements, you're in a surplus mode. You have debt affordability, right? You have dollars available to put towards and I should call it capital funding affordability, right? It's not just for debt, it's for capital as well. So you have dollars available every year. You also have some capital reserve dollars that you've built up over the years. That balance is just under $5 million right now in the capital reserve in column N. And right now, because we haven't layered in that CIP, we're just assuming those annual dollars dedicated to capital are just going to continue building up that capital reserve. It's not going to work out that way, right? You're going to have to continue funding additional capital projects. But, I think this is all in all showing what we talked about in that credit rating, right? You all have done a great job of managing yourself over the years. You've set yourself up with dedicated resources, have limited debt outstanding, and have the ability to consider funding capital projects if you choose to do so. We'll transition into that capital now, so jump in, questions. All right. So, capital improvement plan. I think y'all know the drill, right? Derek, Lori, coordinate with department heads, send out capital funding requests. Departments send in their capital funding requests on a standard form that we've used over the years. All of those forms, all of those initial requests are in the appendix. That's why the book's so thick. So you can look at those initial requests. Derek and Lori get together, review those requests, talk to us about the affordability and the details, and kind of adjust those requests and plug them into years that are make sense in terms of the sequence. And what you see here on 16 is the draft of the capital improvement plan as adjusted by management and finance. In total, it's $180 million. So if you look at column B, in total, it's a 5-year CIP, fiscal 25 to 29. That's what you all have historically adopted. That's the common time frame for CIPs. In total, it's $180 million. And of that, 2 major capital projects at this point, both are schools. It's the Franklin High School project that we've talked about, $127 million, and then Highlands Middle School project right at $6 million. Doesn't include the Macon Middle School track that you were talking about. Those dollars, like Lori said, are already been they're there already. And that project's the kind of continuation of that prior project. So those are the 2 major projects, right? And that makes up $130 million of the $180 million. But importantly to note, and congratulations, y'all received the needs-based public school capital fund, a lot of letters, grant from the state, which is funding $62 million of the high school project. And then there are some additional funds that have been received and set aside to go towards the Highland Middle School project. So, total of $62.9 million goes towards that $133 million of major capital projects. So it leaves you with a net funding requirement there for those 2 projects of $70 million. Similarly, lines 8 through 13 show sort of what we call the recurring or other typical CIP, right? These aren't the big major projects necessarily. They're the ones that you're looking at every year and having to do. Line 9 and 10 are those annual school and vehicle allocations, $1.15 million and $600,000. And then line 11 is the other county departments, right? That kind of at minimum is going to be $1 million a year. And then there's some other additional school projects on top of the annual recurring allocation of about $650,000. So when you look at that, that's the $47.7 million of sort of normal CIP projects. But again, some outside resources that you all have available, have received to be able to go towards those projects. So $25.2 million of the $47 million is coming from sources other than county revenue, county funding. So leaving you a net amount of $22.5 million, right? So in total, we've got the $180 million CIP. When you look at it, it's a big number. But when you break it down a little bit, 48% of that is funded from resources outside of county resources. So, I mean, very enviable position to be in from my perspective, from what I see. So you all, CIP, again, $180 million, about half of that is funded from outside resources. County funding requirement of just over $90 million over this 5-year horizon. It's part of the process, right? Projects are identified and over a 10-year period. And a lot of times what we see is the requests come in, year one, everybody wants their projects done in year one. But the reality of it is it's a 10-year period. And we do summarize future years there in that gray header. Those are things that have been requested or maybe being considered down the road. They are not part of the funding plan and the CIP that we're looking at today, but those are things to be aware of that are out there in the future. And the biggest piece of that are some of the other major capital projects that have been requested with the senior center and the indoor fire range.
And Mitch, just to add to that, the projects that with the first blush of this prioritization from administration and finance, you'll notice, aside from our, what we would call other or recurring CIP items, things like with the schools, the Nantahala wastewater, that's something this board has been discussing and talking about correcting. With Southwestern Community College, that is we have received $1.4 million in bond funding for that project previously, so a lot of that money was offset. It also includes an SEC project that the county's only responsible for a $100,000 match on. So that project's reflected in there, as well as our commitment to that. So the projects we stuck in there first to be able to move forward with the two major priorities, which were the Franklin High School project and the Highlands Pre-K. The remainder of the priorities outside of those that you would count regularly or recurring, 9 times out of 10 had funding sources tied to them, or they were something like the phase 1 of the rec park, like this board has discussed, moving forward with it, with the pickleball tennis court complex at $1.7 million, just because we have, this is something that board has discussed. But we can certainly, this is this board's prioritization, but that's kind of what guided us as we did this first prioritization for you.
And I think, to that point, right, part of the thought process was leveraging off of outside dollars that were available to get as much done as you can. All the details, right, Appendix B has a summary by project. I'm not going to walk through that today, but Appendix B has a summary level by project. Appendix C looks at some identified operating impacts of capital projects, right? We are focused on the capital side of things, the capital funding side of things. However, there is, a whole nother operating budget, right? And sometimes things you do on the capital side impact the operating budget. So that's part of the request for departments. If you have a capital project, or is there an operating impact tied to it? We summarize that in Appendix C. And then Appendix D is that all of the detailed project sheets submitted by department heads. Okay, a little more detailed summary on 17 that I won't get into. Well, let me just say this too. The other piece back on page 16 that I did want to mention, sort of when you look at the sources of funding, right? We talked about 48% of that is coming from grants. About a little over 10% is coming from pay-as-you-go capital and reserve funding. And that's probably something that we may look at as part of the policy recommendations. A CIP will be part of a potential policy. And you're looking at trying to maintain somewhere around 10% of funding on a cash basis. That's something we often look at, right? We don't want to just fund CIP with all debt. We don't want to just rely on debt for everything. We want to make sure we've got a good, at least 10% component funded with cash. And then the remaining amount, about 40%, is funded with loan proceeds tied to the Franklin High School and the middle school renovations.
Mitch, on that projected cost here of these capital projects, that's the principal we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
So when you do the interest to go into our debt service or into our debt limits, that's computed into it, the interest. What is the current, what's that?
You couldn't tee me up any better. Let's flip forward to page 18.
We'll finish up what I just said.
Well, I'm going to do that. Let's get to page 18. It's got this is how that debt layers in both the principal and the interest component. And in the bottom right corner,
Pay me later.
On the 72 what?
You can pay me later.
I will, yeah. On the $72 million of new debt, plus interest at a 5% interest rate assumption, which is a little conservative in today's environment, it works out to be $108.5 million total payback, principal plus interest. So the $72 million for projects plus interest results in $108.5 million of total payback, principal plus interest. Okay? And you can see right in the top graph, these are your payments. These are the principal plus interest payments. And they are jumping up at the beginning, right? But we also talked about having that decline in your existing debt that provides some relief. One of the things that we're gonna do is part of this funding plan is we're going to bring in $20 million of the excess funding. Right, we're gonna bring that into the funding plan. Last year, we had used the 15 million at that 40, remember, at 40%, you had 20% excess. Last year was 15 million that we brought in. This year, it's the 20 million that we're bringing in. That is helping to manage these step-ups in debt service, right? That can help pay for pay-as-you-go capital projects and can be used for one-time spikes in debt service, right? So when you look at this, the first 3 years, as this debt comes online, jumps up to its highest level, and then it comes down very quickly from there. So kind of call it shaving off the peak of that debt service, right? And so that's part of the use of that $20 million coming in for the capital program.
Now, the difference in the current debt service and the projected debt service is a pretty broad, it's $5 or $6 million.
Yeah, your current debt service, again, right, it was $3.5 million, and you're kind of under these assumptions, you peak out at $10 million.
So on an annual budgeting process, that difference of $6 or $7 million, how's that generally accounted for in an annual budget?
I'm going to show you coming up. It's part of that capital, it's part of that cash flow analysis. I'm not moving quickly enough for you. All right, just real quick on 19 debt capacity, right? We talked about that, the ratios, the policies. With these new projects and this $72 million worth of debt, you would still be above payout, higher is better on payout, and lower is better on debt to assessed value and debt service to expenditures. You would still be better than those typical policy limits and any policy level that we would look to set. So that amount of debt is within that debt capacity that we talked about. And then page 20 is that debt affordability analysis. This is where it comes into that budgeting process, right? And so what we've done is we've layered in column C, the proposed debt service, and we've layered in column D, the additional pay-as-you-go capital funding, right? These are the amounts over and above the $2.75 million of those annual allocations. And you can see it's kind of front-loaded there in 2025 with a pretty large amount of pay-as-you-go capital. That's partly exacerbating some of those increases, right, that we see by debt service. But at this point in time, we've made no changes to the revenue assumptions. Nothing updated on these revenue assumptions. The only change that we've made on the right-hand side of the page, over in column N, we brought in that excess fund balance, right? It was at $5 million. We're assuming that if you go with the policy route, you bring in that excess over the target level for capital projects. And that's consistent with what we had looked at last year as well. Just a slightly higher amount given the fiscal 23 performance. And when we look at that, right, there is, the revenues are slightly lower, or I won't say slightly, just revenues are lower than expenditures, than the requirements in column F for about a 7 to 8 year period of time, right? Where the debt service spiked up and where we have that higher level of capital spending, right, additional capital projects over the annual allocation, we're using that $20 million, right, of fund balance. We're using that, some of that, to help shave off the peak. But by doing that, there is no additional revenue required. You can manage that step up in debt service, the increase in pay-as-you-go capital with the existing capital reserve plus the additional excess fund balance. Right, so you're starting out with, between your existing capital reserve and the excess fund balance, just under 25 million in the capital reserve. The minimum amount it gets to in 2032 is $7.6 million. After that point, you're back into an annual surplus mode of your annual revenues being higher than your annual expenses. And so there is cushion in this plan, right? There is, you have the 7.6 million, and then after that, there's additional dollars available. I think, and taking the lead from Lori and her good fiscal strategy, we tried to be a little conservative, right, in this. There's no investment earnings factored in, right? So you're starting with a $25 million balance. Right now, you're earning 5+% on that. We're not factoring in any of those earnings. I think we have very reasonable and conservative growth rates on sales tax of 1%. You know, hopefully you outperform that in the long term. There's more dollars that are available there. And then on the fixed transfer to the general fund, from the general fund for debt service and the fixed pay-as-you-go budget, we're not growing those dollar amounts, right? So if your tax base grows, if your other sales tax and the general non-restricted sales tax grows, we're not counting on any additional dollars being available to go towards this plan. So I think there's room to improve long-term, but we try to be conservative and have an achievable plan without having to count on some of those items, because, you know, we know could have a bad year, and we want to have some conservative nature in there. You know, what we saw the last couple of years, inflation is real and can be bad in certain years, so project costs may increase, and so we've got some cushion to manage that with these conservative estimates. You know, but overall, you know, you're funding the $180 million CIP. About half of that is coming from resources outside of the county's budget, and for the remaining $92 million, you're able to cash flow that with your existing resources that you've dedicated to capital, plus the excess general fund balance that you've built up with the overperformance over the last several years of sales tax. So it's kind of an enviable position from where we've been in prior years, right? Where particularly when we didn't have that grant, you know, we were seeing, you know, large tax impacts tied to the funding of the high school and the other capital projects. That's no longer there. And you know, you're able to fund this without any new dollars. A lot of folks we're talking to and looking at, there's impacts needed to cash flow capital projects. Yes, sir.
And I hate to make this really simple, but I just feel like we just received $62 million. Okay, we have $30 million thereabouts that I'm comfortable using of our own money, $90-something million. Can we not have some kind of a pay-go towards this high school instead of funding $180 million in this balloon and racking up the interest that Mr. Higgins talking about?
Yeah.
It's $92 million. That buys us a year, 2 years into the project as the debt service, you know, decreases, and then we have a 1/4 cent sales tax that's a potential. I mean, what about that scenario?
Yeah, absolutely. We can look at those different types of scenarios and test how does that impact the future, right? How does that impact your future capacity? But certainly, if you wanted to take some of these dollars and put it towards the high school, I mean, even within this plan, right? You've got $7.6 million. If you were to say, look, I don't want to end up with any excess, any cushion in this plan. At a minimum, you take 7.6 million and put that in, and then you would end up with a little bit of excess because you would save on some of that interest. So we can look at different scenarios, and we'll, if you choose to move forward with this plan, fund these projects. You know, that's part of what we'll do is, hey, let's try to balance this out. Are there other better scenarios? But this is kind of just the baseline scenario that we know you can fund it. And so now are there ways to improve upon that?
Another thing I think, Mitch, like, you know, you look out here in 26, 27, and you've got 1.6 million In airport projects, that's assuming those projects go. That's assuming those projects are funded,
They're 90%
that money would be there.
I don't
So
know, is
they,
that the net?
yeah,
that's the net.
that is the net, yeah, so that's 708 that might not be there, or might not, and like many projects, some of these projects, they might not happen in these 5 years, so that's gonna impact that bottom line number on that as well.
And I
My
think-
point is, I just wouldn't mind to see a comparison, if we went pay-go, bought us 2 years without having the interest from a $180 million loan.
We want $180 million.
Well, you're gonna have,
Right?
no, we're gonna have a $72 million loan. You don't have to borrow for the full amount. The 60 million you get from the state, and you borrowing the difference, right? So it's 72 million of borrowing.
Right.
But part of the other issue is, and I think, Lori, you jump in here, but I don't know that you would want to not borrow the money when you sign the contract to fund the project, right? Lori has to sign a pre-audit certificate, and the conservative approach to doing this is, hey, if we're gonna build, $127 million project, we're gonna have our funding in place to make sure we can pay the bills on that. Because, look, it happened in COVID for a several month period of time. Markets can shut down. Like,
Can we still collect interest on those funds?
yes,
Which funds?
Well, if we allocate $127 million and put them to the project doesn't use the
Yes,
funds,
we'll earn
we're
interest.
drawing interest on the money.
Yeah, and then you get into arbitrage though, because of course, right now, we're in a high rate environment.
yeah,
So,
right,
yes,
right now, you borrow that money right now.
We'll earn interest on it.
In today's market, you would be, call it 3.5% range on your interest rate, on your
Earnings.
no, on your interest payments, about 3.5%. Your main source of investment, the capital management trust, is earning 5.25% right now. So there's no real cost to carry. So I think it's from multiple perspectives, right? I think you're safer having the money in hand up front, right? To make sure you can cash flow the project. The LGC would prefer to see it. And right now, there's no real cost of carrying those extra dollars, right? The dollars that you buy and invest are earning more than what you're paying on the debt. That can change, right? That can change overnight. We're talking about, the Fed's talking about multiple rate decreases this year, and so that will impact that short-term earnings rate. But I think you're in a good environment now to move forward with a debt financing for the project. I mean, we're not at our lowest of low interest rates, but last year at one point we saw rates spiking up towards like the 5+% range. You're back down to around 3.5%. So you're in a good spot in the market, and at least right now there's no cost to carry. But that said, we'll look at other options and see if there's ways to take advantage of that and use it more efficiently. The other thing that I would say on that, to play into your decision-making process on that, is kind of going back to the CIP, right? The future years, right? We know there's a couple of major projects that have been identified, maybe other projects that you all have in mind that may be important, after the next 5 years. If you don't use that cash to go towards one of these two projects right now, you're able to hold on to that for longer. And if we outperform these projections, which is the goal, right? That sets you up to be able to fund those other projects in the future with cash, where we don't know where the interest rate environment is at that time. It could be much higher, it could be lower, but you're in a known rate environment now that is a good rate environment. You can take advantage of that, lock it in, and save future dollars for other unknowns for future projects. So those are just some of the things that for y'all to consider as you're making that decision. But we can certainly look at other scenarios, and depending upon where interest rates are, we may find that there's a break-even point where, using $10 million to go towards these projects ends up at a slightly higher cash balance than if we borrowed it all. There's some break-even point there that we might find. Sometimes we find that every dollar that you add for cash, you end up reducing that fund balance over on the far right side. So we'll play around with that going forward if this is something you choose to move forward with.
So, based on all these numbers and figures and everything else in the current budget that we had for 23-24, going into 25 budget, how much money after all of this do we have left for expenditures? Do you have any information on?
Not on the total operating budget. No, sir.
Because I have, because I guess the question through all of this is, we're talking about high school and the Highland School and a few things coming up, but, and I'm not sure exactly what all is hiding around the corner for the school system, but Nantahala School wastewater treatment plant, Macon Middle School track, Iola School water issues, Highland School soccer field, Highland School expansion, Franklin in that, Franklin High School sports complex, the new school, the CTE, the Higdon property, we're looking at $5 million. East Franklin School, I'm not sure, nobody has talked about that any longer. SCC is seeking funding. Funding for the armory, funding for liability or library repairs, senior center parking issues, Macon County Jail plumbing issues, maintenance department needs additional funds for repairs, courthouse repairs, the fire alarm system at the courthouse, Macon Middle School sewer gas, Macon County Rec Park, and the courthouse square. None of these, because it seems to me like we're talking about spending $25 million of this fund balance on 2 projects. And this county needs a lot of attention. And what are we going to have to do to get this money? Are we going to have to raise taxes to get there? I understand we can build a school with no tax increase. I knew that from a long time ago. But to fund the rest of these projects that's right around the corner, and those are just things that I know about. Where are we going to come up with the money to do that?
Well, a lot of those, John, about 60% of them are included in here. For other projects, again, what Mitch is up here telling you right now is that that Macon County, and Mitch, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that Macon County is in the financial position right now that in the next fiscal year, we can spend $146 million in capital improvements to this county. We can do that, and we can spend $180 million over the next 5 years. And we can do that. We can do that without raising the taxes. We can do that without ever falling below $30 million in the fund balance. We can do that without ever falling below $7 million in our debt reserve fund. But going back to that, those are just numbers. These projects that are incorporated into this plan, outside of those that are regular recurring capital expenditures, that's just your limits, or that's just the bookends. What goes between those bookends is up to the county commissioners. That's who establishes and sets these bookends. And all those projects you mentioned, like I say, 60% of them have been included in here. The roof at the jail, the roof at the library, the courthouse security panel, the rec park, phase 1 of the Parks and Recreation Plan. All that's been included in there. The Southwestern Community College Fire and Safety Training Center that you mentioned, that's included in there. HVAC package upgrades for county facilities, that's included in there. So all of these, the Nantahala School wastewater treatment plant, that's included in there. In the 1.8 million allocation in 25 there. So like I say, 70% of the things that you just mentioned are in here. That other 30, all these are at the end of the day. And the reason that we chose the priorities that we have to get started with this plan is, from an administrative standpoint, is number 1, the Franklin High School project and Highlands Pre-K, and discussions of this board, we felt, and actions of this board through appropriating the architect fees to continue moving forward in this budget with Highlands. Those are what we felt were top priorities. So in putting those in there, we had to do a little figuring on the other priorities and move some stuff out, like the senior center. That was a $25 million expenditure. We had to move it out of that 5-year time horizon. You know, there might be a few more things that you mentioned that aren't in there, but like here in 26, like we mentioned, there's a $708,000 requirement from the county for airport project that might not be there. So this plan can change, the revenues can change, the circumstances can change, but all these numbers are parameters. What goes within those parameters is up to the Macon County Board of Commissioners, and that's what we're discussing here today. But what we do feel we've presented embodies the discussions of this board and the priorities that have emerged through discussions from this board, and that's what we're recommending.
So just a couple things just to follow up. Everything you said, I can't speak to the actual projects, but everything you said, everything else you said is accurate. The projects, the details, like I said, are in this appendix B, C, and D. So that, I know you just got it from me, but that's something that you can study as y'all think about your priorities, right? And then a couple other things. Remember, we do have this annual allocation every year, right? So there's at least $1 million for some of the smaller projects that may not be covered. And then there is some additional cushion within this plan. And the only dollars that we're looking at are the dollars currently dedicated to this capital funding plan that have been dedicated within your budget, right? To the extent there's budget growth outside of the 1% restricted sales tax growth that we've assumed, outside of that growth, any other growth within your budget, tax base, sales tax, that's y'all's decision what you do with it, right? You know, whether it's using it to offset current expenses or adding new capital projects or some combination of there may be additional dollars available in the future that you would choose to do that. No investment earnings, right? Even on these funds. And then kind of back to the first conversation we had on the fund balance, right? You got to budget conservatively for a number of these levels. So just because you pull down your fund balance close to the target this year, close to that 40% target, you know, what we see a lot of folks do is this becomes an annual process, right? So next year, when Lori finishes up her audit, she'll look at her unassigned fund balance compared to your targets and say, here's where we were. And there is X million dollars or X $100,000 in excess of our policy. And by policy, we can use it on one-time expenditures. What would you like to do with that? And oftentimes, the answer is transferring it to the capital reserve, and we'll decide how to use that as part of the CIP process, as part of the budget. So that's the goal, is to give you an achievable funding plan for the identified projects within the 5 years, but have some cushion and hopefully have the ability to have some of those additional excess dollars in the future to address some of the projects that may not be within this first 5 years.
Thank you. A couple of years ago, when we did a capital improvement plan proposed, and we didn't include the schools into it. So with this allocation, this taking on this debt limit, that initially wipes out our existing cap.
That was the space needs analysis.
Space needs space needs, but that just kind of puts that on the back burner. Or I noticed one of those items in there was the senior center that was on our space needs.
Yeah, and they actually, in the space needs, that was in the space needs analysis. And it's been part of our, it was part of the CIP last year as well. I think that price tag was a little different last year.
The price tag last year was about this, but prior year it wasn't this high.
Right.
Right
So,
now,
but
we've got it slotted in 2030. Page 28 and 29 gives you a good detail. Pages 28 and 29 of this book, you can see by fiscal year, and that's what Mitch was mentioning, the appendix B. You can see the proposed projects for fiscal 25.
Oh, okay, they're still free, okay.
And then like some of the school ones John mentioned, like the Nantahala wastewater's in there for 25. And then maybe, put out in 2030, would be like the classroom additions for Carthage, East Brown.
We got on you again.
So,
Well, and Lori does have this electronically as well. If you need to zoom, I know it gets small, so if you need to zoom it in, she's.
I can email it to you.
Yeah.
But those are not funded as part of this 5 years, right? They're identified, they're in those future years as something that will need to be addressed. But, you know, the other thing that we kind of think about here too is capital projects tend to evolve and priorities tend to evolve, right? And if you've got a 10-year CIP where all these projects are identified, funding capital for the next 10 years based upon where you are today is not, and that's going to be a much bigger impact, right? And there's going to be a lot that happens over the next 10 years. You would have never forecasted double-digit sales tax growth 3 years in a row, right? So this is kind of a, hey, here's the 5-year plan, and this can be funded, but we know we've got some other needs out there that we're going to have to address. By the time 2030 comes around, who knows what revenues will be available, what grants will be available, right? I think when we started, I think the first analysis we looked at for the Franklin High School, excuse me, had over like a 5%, over a 5-cent tax impact, right? So we didn't know that this grant wasn't even a thing at that point in time.
He's getting some water, man.
Thank you. So that's kind of the idea behind funding the 5-year. Thank you so much. Funding the 5-year, right, is it's more of a near-term look, and you'll evolve over the years by the time it gets out to some of the later, these other future projects. Excuse me.
Take your break there.
Here, Mitch.
I got 4 more of them up here, thank you.
I have some gum as well if you like.
I'm good, these are fantastic, they're like
We can
citrus.
do a Heimlich on you, we can do a Heimlich.
I get to sit next to Dollar General.
That's right. Walmart.
He's got everything.
They're really good. So that's kind of the idea. So they're identified, these other projects are out there, but you know, in prior years, we were identifying, hey, there's an impact to funding these 5 years. We don't want to necessarily say, hey, you need to, in that scenario, which we're not in today, but we're in the past, we don't want to suggest that you need to raise taxes by X to fund all of these projects, and you do that, right, in year 1 which partly covers some projects that are out in year 7, 8, 9, 10. And by the time you get out to year 7, 8, 9, 10, you wouldn't have ever needed that, right? So it's the idea of funding the near term and coming up with the dollars you need to fund some reasonable near-term amount of projects, and then continuing to evaluate future out-year projects as you get closer to actually funding them. It's trying to balance dedicating resources now and making sure you have resources available, but not sort of requiring way too much now that may never be needed.
And like you're saying, Mitch, I think that's why it's important too to look at this at, like you say, the projects evolve, priorities change. But nonetheless, we see at the current state of affairs, we see the parameters of what we're capable of doing and the impact that will have on our budget, regardless of what fills up the lines on those priorities. We can see what we're capable of doing here.
Yeah, and you know, as we go forward, the next couple of years, that senior center, depending on your priority, may start moving into that 5-year CIP. And just like the high school, we may say, well, look, if you want to fund all of it now, we're showing you need X number of pennies, a penny, a half a penny, whatever it is, to get that done. But you may not choose to do it at that point in time, and there may be another state community college bond that comes in and cuts that project amount in half, and now you're able to cover it. It's a process, right? It's a planning process. That's what it is. It doesn't mean you have to fund everything today. You're just making sure you're covered for this current year's funding, that's what's gonna make it into the budget. And then you've got a reasonable plan to address the next several years, out to 5 years. And then next year, we'll add another year to it, and add another year to it, and start doing that one. So I'm telling you, I know it may not necessarily feel that way when you're saying we're gonna spend $180 million, but only half of it's yours, and you're able
it's
to
a
do
max.
it. Yeah.
It's a max.
Yeah, and you're able to do it without anything more than the resources you currently have dedicated to capital. That's an enviable position. A lot of people are not in that position. So, from my perspective, this is an easy presentation to give. There's others that are harder when you're looking at, well, if you really want to do everything you got to do, it's maybe double-digit tax increase, right?
Help me with that $0.25, and I hate to bring it back up.
No.
How does that play into this scenario?
Yeah, no, we left it there for a reason, right?
Left it out, left it in?
No, we left the column there for a reason, right? It wasn't approved, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We don't have it, but you have the ability to put it back on the ballot.
I mean, can we reduce our millage rate if we get that $0.25? I mean, would that be kind of recommended approach, or do you think?
I mean, that's up to you all, right? Like, so let's say you get the 1/4 sales tax, like November 25, or whatever.
Even years?
Yeah, November 26. You get the 1/4 sales tax, right? Well, at that point in time, there's a new revenue stream coming in. What are you gonna use it for, right? Are you dedicating to schools? Are you dedicating to community college? Are you doing it for capital generally for the county? Or is it just a 1/4 sales tax that can be used for anything? In that case, you know, it's your decision, right? You know, reduce the millage rate, be able to fund some of these future year capital projects, you know, fund a new initiative, fund some new positions, fund pay in class study for employees, whatever it may be. That's your decision, but you will have, typically what people do is, like you all did the first time, is you say, we're gonna vote the 1/4 sales tax and we're gonna use it for this purpose or these collective purposes. That tends to be the most successful approach at it, and that'll partially drive what you're able to do. I mean, in this case, right, you're transferring $2 million from the general fund.
Is that what it translates to, 1/4?
Yes.
Annually, what does it translate to?
It's about 2.5 million.
I
It's
haven't,
in one of these footnotes.
the last time we looked at it,
Yes.
it's
2.3.
note 3, note 5, right?
5.
Last time we looked at it, it was estimated to generate about 2.4 million, right?
That's what I'm trying to make. If our mill rate right now is, what, 1.25 pennies, if we get the 1/4, we could essentially drop our mill rate by 2 mils. Am I wrong in saying that?
No, your penny generates $1.25
To
million
me,
dollars.
like right now, I feel like some of us are running for reelection. I think that's a strong point to make to the people, that we could collect the funds from pass-through revenue and offset our local mill rate by 2 cents and keep all of our CIP fully funded.
Yeah, I mean, look, right, the nature of your economy really supports that, right? I mean, with the sales tax, yes, you all who live here will have to pay that 1/4 sales tax on what you buy, but you're getting the advantage of myself coming through and
Right.
seeing y'all, people coming in playing golf, people coming in for the spa, all of that, right? All the people moving in for the summer.
Right. 441.
Those are dollars that you're getting from those people who are not necessarily property tax owners, who are not paying the property tax, but you're able to capture some more of that to go towards these projects.
That could go on the ballot.
Go towards your
in
budget.
24.
It could be
Yeah.
put on the ballot.
November.
Like,
I've been asked about it numerous times, and I feel like, I mean, if it's presented in a certain manner, I would support that.
We'll get that on the agenda for the board to
Bring it
consider
up.
putting it back on the ballot.
But we have to do it by June though, right? Isn't it June? We have to make that request for that.
I'm gonna get with the Board of Election. I'll get with the Board of Elections.
Gosh, y'all, I took up like
As long as you
all of
keep
your
giving us the news
retreat.
you're giving us, you stand up there as long as you want to.
Mitch, I'm not gonna say a whole lot to you, but man, thank you so much for like the details that you give us on this, so
Yes, sir.
this has been appreciated, man.
Well, good. Well, yeah, any follow-ups, like, obviously, Derek, Lori know how to get in touch with me and happy to answer anything. And depending upon where y'all end up, where you decide, we'll look at alternative approaches and find the best thing that you all choose to do.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mitch.
Thank you, Mitch.
Mr. Chairman, take a 5-minute break.
No way.
Huh?
I'm seeing your eyes. Yes, we're gonna take
You
a
got your
break.
depends on? I don't have.
Give us 5 minutes, Jim.
Company boss again.
Hey.
Where are we going here?
I was gonna say, you can't say the county so far. Never asked me.
Mitch, Miss Lynn, you took
What's that, you need?
Was this for you though? You want the digital?
he's gotta go to a funeral. Can I put my head to go?
Oh, yeah, I don't even know when I am. But I do want to take this 5 minutes to check which flash drive my presentation's on, because I have 3 of the exact same.
And I'll be more brief, than I was gonna be, so I can make it by 3.
I appreciate it. Good to see you. I've got to scoot to 3 o'clock, so I may miss Emily's, but thanks all for having me.
You're a good man. Appreciate you.
All right, y'all be good.
Mitch, is this your?
No.
No, that one was there. You just have to put yours beside it.
Okay. I just.
Mitch,
I have two exact same drives today, and I don't.
Shouty day,
remember
cloudy day,
which
that
one has
song.
the slides on it.
You got sunlight on a cloudy day, my girl, sunlight. Thank you for bringing it in.
Yes, sir.
Go to the restroom, turn
I'm gonna go to, I just wanted to say bye to y'all.
And if it's not one of these, then I'm going to again. There it is.
I've got a couple on the phone. Thank you. They're good. It's gonna be good.
Good to see you, Mitch. Great job as always.
Thank you so much.
Lance, you ready to go? You're ready?
You're missing it.
Hey, y'all have, they are going to play that. Y'all be loving all those.
I gotta say,
Right, so we've not ever done it yet. But it is the way we typically do it.
Oh, I don't know.
last week. So do you want to that's like, there is another option, that's called you take the entire area of people and they sell there is like geos and
What's that commode for? Let's go. What's that commode for? Let's go.
I'm trying to get him in here.
I need somebody to help him flush. Let's go.
I'm sorry, I didn't see
You're good.
He's not going back from the back there, don't worry.
Almost good.
Can't go to the bathroom. Is he just a talker or just eating? Mr. Lynch, did you hand these out? We all got them?
Yes.
Do I have to bang this thing or go back?
Yeah.
They need to start back there.
You don't wait no.
Waiting on Paul. We're rolling now. Mr. Lynch, you got a little emergency, come right up and we'll put the check mark by your name and move on.
Perfect. Thank you all for being flexible and fitting me in at the last moment. I'm thankful for the fact that we can work together as two boards and work together for the betterment of our students. And so what you have in front of you are our initial requests, but they are preliminary. We too are right in the middle of budget season, and our finance department, they are in Greensboro right now, will be on their way back tomorrow, and so they will have updates for us to be considering. And we have budget work sessions scheduled next week with our board as well. But just wanted to put some things on your radar in regards to the list, and like I said, these are in no particular order, but two brand new items that I want to make you aware of would be the Cartridge J Gym AC unit. It is the initial and original unit that is in that school, and Tracy and I have had a conversation with individuals to try to get a quote as close to as possible. And, you know, everything has a lifespan. We don't know when that could occur, but just want to put that on the radar that that is a potential as we move forward to the tune of about $70,000. And unfortunately,
Addition, because I don't see it on here, so we just add it on here. Or
It's up top.
it's at the top under new items.
All right, got you covered.
Yes.
All right.
And unfortunately, with the series of events that took place a few weeks ago at one of our elementary schools, we had to initiate a district-wide lockdown. And in doing so, with law enforcement, after we did the debrief, we found out that there are many areas within our schools that we do not have the capability of two-way radio communication. And so that definitely is a safety factor that we are working through and trying to mitigate ourselves. One thing that I do want to make you aware of is we do have opportunity to apply for certain grants. We've applied for one cycle already. We have received it. We did not have this information in front of us at the time once we had written the grant. So the next time that grant cycle comes around, which will be next year, we will definitely put this in as part of that scope plan moving forward. And hopefully we can help mitigate that on our side. And I won't take Brent's power here, but he and I have worked together, we have talked, and basically have a joint statement that we would like to share, just so we're all in the know and we can all begin to work together, maybe from a multi-disciplinary approach. But we will do everything on our end as a school system to make certain we can enhance and amplify that booster system throughout our schools as we move forward. Excuse me. And there you'll see on the priority items for capital projects. And yes, it is a list. And I want you to know we don't just go out and drum up and try to figure out ways we can put a price tag on these projects and drum up money. But I feel as looking at these capital projects, they have been on our list for quite some time, and you all have talked about them for quite some time. And I'm appreciative of the fact because we get a great return on this investment, and it truly is an investment when we work together for the betterment of our school system because it affects our students. There you have the Franklin High School project. I'm not going to belabor that. The Highland School project is on there as well. And listening to the conversation that has been taking place, I don't feel the need to belabor that one, as well as the Macon Middle School track. If you have any questions about any of the status of any of those projects, please feel free to let me know. One thing I do want you to be made aware of is that Nantahala wastewater unit. So we have signed the agreement, the initial agreement for the $2,000 from our board in terms of Ledford and Shannon to inspect the adjacent land there near that unit. And just to give us an assessment if it is a viable piece to be able to even consider moving forward. And we look forward to what that assessment will bring back, just so we can be informed as we move forward. And we will definitely keep you all in the loop in that regard as well. The Highland soccer field, Mr. Dilbeck has been conducting a core soil sample analysis for a year, and we are at the end of that year-long process. And so he has started to collect those core samples and begin to analyze those. And within the next month or so, he will be able to provide us a detailed report as to what his recommendations would be moving forward based upon the soil there. And then we'll hopefully have options that we can explore to get in that process. And we're thankful for your consideration in that regard. Now, there is a big ticket item here. It is the East Franklin Elementary School. And it is to address overcrowding issues as well as to mitigate any maintenance issues. And just a little background information, we had extra dollars that we were going to put forward in regards to helping renovate as well as adding on to the current East Franklin site. But once we engaged in some site analysis and really looked at the overall assessment of the school, it was not advisable for us to proceed any further with that building, given all the issues that it currently has and things that we've had to mitigate. And so we did back off of that, and we funneled those funds elsewhere because we were excited to engage in some capital, because capital is here for the long haul, and you actually see a tangible product, and that was an exciting time. However, we just could not ignore what that assessment came back, and so we had to pivot and move in a different direction. So that would be an entire school looking forward in the future. It is our oldest elementary school currently, and so that is something I want to put on your radar. Along those same lines, Cartagena Elementary School, a renovation as well as an addition. They are at capacity, and we've had to take their computer labs and other such auxiliary rooms to create classrooms and things like that. So in the near future, that's something we might want to consider. But my board will have a chance to look at all of these, prioritize these, and then bring them back to you as a prioritized list as we move forward. But I just wanted you to have this in front of you as you're beginning your budget process.
Hey, I hate to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to have this interactive. Has anybody engaged in kind of looking towards like a realignment of schools?
To redistrict?
Well, I don't know about redistrict, maybe that's an option, but when I went to middle school, it was 6, 7, 8.
Yes.
Now it's just 7, 8, and then 5, 6 school. Is there any capacity at other schools if we went maybe K3, 5, 6, or, you know what I'm saying, if you were to kind of step up a grade at each school? Has anybody looked into that?
So one thing with receiving the $62 million grant, we will have an opportunity to consolidate Bartram Academy into the Franklin High School. And so that building will be vacant. There's different options we could explore, but we could look at taking out our current pre-K classrooms, which are at Isle of Valley, South Macon, and Cartagena J, and housing just a pre-K complex at that Bartram Academy, which would free up space within Cartagena, which is definitely in need, Iola and South Macon. It's not going to help East Franklin because they don't have a pre-K. However, we could then begin to maybe look at redistricting those lines to free up space and shuffle. So depending on how we move forward, that could definitely be a possibility in the future and something that we have considered. So from an educational standpoint, we would definitely look at that and just do our assessment to see what are the pros, the cons, and what's going to be in the best interest of all our students. But we do have some flexibility there.
What kind of time frame with East Franklin School and the Cartagena?
East Franklin would be more of a priority than Cartagena. They have a lot of things going on there. Tracy can speak about just even maintenance calls and things of that nature that his crew are constantly doing just to help mitigate the situation at East Franklin. But you know, it's frequent. And looking at it from a educational standpoint, we have students in classrooms everywhere. I mean, we're using all kinds of spaces just to do the best we can to help ensure that they get the best education possible. So it, even just looking at it from a physical standpoint, it's in dire need much more than the Cartagena. So, you know, that would definitely be like on a 5-year plan. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Within that 5-year plan, are you looking at actually doing a whole new school?
From the initial assessment that we had received when we were looking at a possible addition, yes, that was the recommendation. It was pretty much at its capacity for any kind of addition, tying onto the infrastructure there and things of that nature. And so it was the recommendation that we not do anything more to that fiscal plant because it was already taxed at its capacity.
Site-wise, any, like, you guys have a site for?
Site, that is something that we would definitely have to consider. It would, I don't know all the ins and outs, but most likely it would be there at the current East Franklin. But, you know, how does that look in terms of building a school as well as having that school there on site currently? So that's a lot of things we would have to consider and work through. But it's something that we probably need to consider as a joint board in like the next 5 years so that we can work to have options and plans as we move forward and continue that process.
What about your gym at this time?
So we were able to rectify the gym floor. And I was by there, what is today, Thursday? I was by there Tuesday, and students are able to get back in the gym on Wednesday.
What caused that?
Tracy can speak more about it. It was a water issue with one of our.
It was a backflow preventer that's in the riser room for the sprinkler system. That for I don't know what something had got into the lines, whether it come through the town or whether it was a line that had breached, and we fixed it. Anyways, Nationals got into there, clogged up the backflow preventer. Backflow preventer was pouring. We had no way of knowing because there are a drain in that room. And so some of us just going through it for general maintenance and found that backflow preventer was discharging. And by doing that, it went through and underneath the CMU wall and into the gym floor. We didn't know that because it was going underneath the gym floor.
Okay.
And by doing that, they had a sub base underneath the gym floor that swelled up, which caused those humps.
Okay. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Gosh, you're pretty comfortable with that 5-year, or is it something that, Tracy, I mean, do you think we're going to get through with 5 years with East Franklin School, or are we really pressing our luck?
And I know you've got a lot of big ticket items on you, but I'm just going to tell you from my perspective, because they have ISS rooms in their administration area, which is totally, you know, you don't necessarily do that in school systems. You know, they're up there when the public's coming in and out, they're hearing the hollering and the you know, when kids are having hard times, you know, they're hearing all that. And that's just unfair, I think, to the kid and to those families, really. but we have major roof leaks over there. We have plumbing issues that's 1952.
The main hall.
Plumbing that's running through the main hall that we're over there about 3 times a month on. Just lots of problems. We were having those problems, and then we moved Colasaja in with that school. And so now we're having classes in broom closets, and it's just, it's just at capacity. It's just.
It has served.
Oh, yeah.
It's basically, at its breaking point in terms of, we know capacity, but even just the facility itself, it's just very taxed. So I would say 5 years might be a stretch, but that would be max.
Yeah.
But I tell you, our maintenance department, they are incredible, the things that they're able to just mitigate and work through to keep us lopping along. And I'm very appreciative of that, and East Franklin, they are too. And the teachers, they understand. They're dealing with a lot, but yes, it's something that we need to consider and be looking at as a priority. There, also on your list, we have the Higdon property site plan assessment. One thing I want you to be made aware of is that we have applied for an agricultural grant, and we have funds that we could also match it with through one of our grantors. It's another grant, so that would give us a total of $200,000 to not only assist with that assessment site plan, but even take recommendations to maybe look at reworking the barn on site for agricultural purposes. So I do want to put that out there and let you know, as a school system, we are definitely grateful for that lease and for us the opportunity to utilize it for educational purposes, if that's what comes to fruition in the near future. And that just gives us a different and another option as we're working through all of those plans of the upcoming Franklin High School. So it's great to have that as an option, and we are definitely fortunate. And then the last thing I want you all just to be made aware of would be the Macon Early College, and there are renovations there that we have tried to do some things on our own. We have replaced some locks on doors because it was an immediate safety concern. And we found that out in some of our drills that we needed to go ahead and mitigate that. And of course, they do not have a full service cafeteria at all, but we have written a grant that would allow us to possibly put in a food service line. It's not the best approach, but it would help allow a food service for students who have food insecurity at that site as we move forward. And just looking at the priority operational items, art and music, that is a huge need that we've been able to kind of infiltrate our system with using ESSER dollars, but we all know that ESSER is sunsetting, and we are trying to approach that that area so that we can have that service throughout all of our Macon County schools for our students. And STEAM, we have a STEAM need out there as well. One of those classrooms, one of those teachers that would really help benefit just the overall program throughout the county as well. You'll see that I don't have mental health on here, and one of the reasons why, we are working with a grantor as well, and we feel very confident that that will come through. And it's a 3 to 5 year grant that would allow us to put licensed clinicians, and that is the big kicker. They have to currently have the license so that they can bill Medicaid. And so what our plan is moving forward for sustainability is we want to have the option for those service providers to bill Medicaid and have a self-sustaining program. We're modeling it after Jackson County. I've been in contact with them on how they were able to fund that throughout their school system. And they did it through a grant, and I was able to hook up with those grantors and brought them in, and they are very excited to partner alongside us. Now, of course, we haven't been awarded yet, but it looks very promising, and that would be very beneficial as we move forward, because these are licensed clinicians, which is what we desperately need to help with mental health.
Is that what we would call a trauma counselors?
They are trauma enforced, trauma counselors, absolutely.
Okay. The people out there that involved in that, or do we have, are we growing our own, or what are we
We
doing?
are. We do have 4 individuals right now who will actually be able to come out of their current roles and just be a licensed clinician within our school system. Some of those are paid by ESSER, so we can transfer those into that grant position. And then within that grant, we can hire on 3 others just for sustainability and to have more widespread coverage throughout the district. So initially, it looks like we will have up to 7 individuals who are licensed clinicians within our school system, as well as a lead clinician who will be able to, they have to provide hours of training, and so the hours of training is very costly, and so individuals have to pay that out of pocket. So that would be an attractant and a way that we could attract individuals who have started that process into the district. They wouldn't have to pay for their hours. Hours would be supplied for them as they're seeing students in caseloads and working through those mental health type arenas with our lead. So it would be all built in and be more self-sustaining moving forward.
And you would focus on 4, 6, 4, 7 schools, or where would these, are you earmarking not your K3, but your 4, 6, 5, 6, and 7, 8, or how do you?
We would need to have a smattering throughout based upon the need. And so once we're able to get that into place, some sites may be sharing resources until we can get one in each of our sites. And using Jackson County's model, it takes about 3 to 5 years to get it fully built to where it's self-sustaining and you can have that within each of your schools. And so that is our end goal, that we would like to have all 11 sites with a clinician.
So can we turn the page on the sewer gas at the middle school?
I believe so, Josh. I was there this morning, and we put in about 3 or 4 months ago, we put in a radon fan in line to the vent system going to the outside. And I went by this morning, and my nose has always been the lunch ladies. And they've always reported this to me for 20 years. And I went by there this morning, and since she said, I don't know what y'all done, but she said for the past few months, we've not smelled that. So obviously the breach is in the wall somewhere, but we've taken care of it by taking it outside.
That's good.
And our meters are not picking up on anything at all. And we run those periodically.
Like hardwired meters you can install, kind of like a carbon monoxide detector you put in there, or do you have to actually go by there and wave a?
I've got just a handheld one. I don't know if they make one that you can.
But I guess you smell it first, right?
Yeah.
Or at least detect it.
And actually, if you smell it, it's a lot of times when you smell it, it will not show up on that meter.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's not as, for lack of a better
You
word,
wouldn't think of like
toxic.
you think it'd be a really high reading.
Josh, this amplifier booster, is that what is missing from the new locker room facility at the, that will not permit a CO for that? So this is what we're talking about, and this is in no schools at all in Macon County.
Correct.
It just became code 4 or 5 years ago. So that,
Commissioner Sherrill, if you look in that green folder,
yeah,
there's actually where Teleco Communications came out and mapped out that new field house, if you will, and it shows you what passed, what failed.
well, two parts of that. I mean, if it's code, how is that missed in new construction?
It's my understanding it's anything over 5,000 square
Right,
feet,
it's over-
but not residential, commercial,
Right.
I believe.
But if it's code, somebody had to have missed installing this in that.
In that new field house.
In that new building. And I don't know moving forward how, ultimately it's the taxpayers that have to eat this. But how do we prevent this from happening in the future. But it seems to me like, I mean, this is something that needs to, especially that new structure, this needs to be moved on ASAP, whether the other ones we can talk about, but this one particular building, it needs to be, that system needs to be installed so we can get that completion.
We are moving on that currently. Legal counsel and myself have a meeting set up with our building contractor as well as our architect next week. And we're trying to, as you have stated, that's something that should not have been missed. And we're trying to resolve that.
Okay.
And I mean, I don't feel like this really is a capital planning item. I would consider that an emergency. I feel like those schools need to have communication right now. Absolutely. So I feel like that's something that needs to be happening right away. And also, I just want to make sure each school has its own independent SRO on site, I mean, while kids are there. So I feel like there is, but I just want to make sure that, you know, that
We appreciate that.
pretty scary.
There is, Commissioner Young, however, I have one that's battling cancer right now. I have one that just had, shoulder surgery. So we're spread thin, but the school's recovered.
I mean, honestly, maybe I'm biased, but I feel like it wouldn't hurt my feelings if we took a patrolman to the schools, 7 to 3, and not telling you how to run your county, but I just feel like that's kind of where my, priority is with these kids and the way this world is today. It's pretty scary. But if you need support from me on expediting this process with communications inside the schools, it's here.
It's an issue in all the schools, right?
Well, Jimmy Team and I, and Chief Deputy Wishon actually went to a couple of schools. We went down to South Macon, which our repeater system is really close to South Macon. It passed with flying colors. Bartram's okay. Of course, Macon Middle is terrible.
Franklin High School is terrible.
Which one?
MBI.
MBI is terrible. We haven't did all the schools. We haven't went down to Halo or Highlands.
Would you say South Macon was okay?
South Macon's fine. It's in line of sight of our repeater system, what they call the water tower. That's where the repeater system is. It's great.
I mean, how quickly could we move on this? Like, what's needed right now for this?
I guess ultimately there's, again, in that green folder.
Know what this is?
Yeah, there's several. That just explains the VDA systems, so on and so forth. And then it has some companies in there, one being that Teleco Communications, who went over and did the new field house at the middle school.
And Jack can, since when we uncovered this, part of when we reached out to the company, when Jack was working with this company to come in and evaluate this, we had discussions with Warren and went ahead and we're gonna get a quote, while we're doing this quote for the locker room one for the new building, we're gonna go ahead and see if they can do something with that would cover middle school and MVI right now.
Right, there may be a
To get
booster or
that.
something
Yeah,
on
yeah.
the amplifier.
Have you got any info on that, Jack?
I walked to schools with telco representatives this morning, they're engineers, so they're gonna get back with us a proposal on that. In the locker building, they say that we can put an amplifier in it that also could just tap into the middle grade school, which would cut the cost of covering the middle grade school.
Is that coming off the tower that we put up there a few years ago, off the tower that shoots into the middle school and piece up goes into Franklin High School? That tower, is it, trying to think the name there for it.
It's what those VDAs are bidirectional amplifiers. How they work is beyond me.
Yeah.
That's above my pay grade. I have no clue. I'm fairly new to this.
We should have something on at least that complex on Wells Grove Road ASAP.
Okay. So maybe by the commission meeting?
Jack, you think maybe by the 13th?
I hope so.
Okay.
We'll try our hardest.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lance, for what you do. I know you have an emergency and
I appreciate you being
we'll stay in
flexible.
touch.
Okay, thank you. If you guys have any questions, let me know. Appreciate you all.
Take care, sir. Yes.
That's kind. Thanks for letting us move around there a little bit.
Oh, we just got this back.
Good afternoon, everyone. We certainly have been in this arena before, and this is really just a very quick update on where we are with both the Highlands project and the Franklin High School project. I want to talk through a little bit of the current cost estimates for those projects. You saw the big overall numbers reflected in Mitch's presentation before us today. And so you'll see a little bit of a more detailed breakdown of those estimates. We do have come today with a few next step recommendations for both of those projects to keep them moving as you continue to consider your budget and to plan forward for the next several months. Starting with the Highlands project, you'll see on the right-hand side of the screen, this is a breakdown of the current estimate for those costs. The left part of the screen includes a quick summary of what the scope is for that project. If you remember, at the middle school, we bid about 8 or 9 months ago a scope of work that included renovations to the middle school building. Right there, that was to replace HVAC equipment and controls, to replace flooring and windows and roofing. And at the time, the bid price for that project came in much higher than the money that had been allocated from the North Carolina Repair and Renovation Fund grant from DPI. And so we tabled that and have rolled it into the scope of the bigger project that includes the pre-K classrooms. And in the pre-K project, we've been calling it pre-K for a long time, but there's always been a good bit more work included in that. And part of it is a ripple that is caused by allocating 2 existing classroom spaces to serve the needs of pre-K students. It creates a rippling sort of deficit in classrooms that are currently being used for other grade levels. And so the resulting of that is an addition of 4 classrooms. There's a media center renovation scope that's included in that, and we do a little bit of work on a computer lab, technology lab, and some offices we get to capture out of that, which is another need. As Mr. Lynch mentioned, some of the mental health needs that we're having in schools these days, most old schools have not quite enough offices to accommodate those kinds of services. So if you look at the cost estimate, the cost of work is the cost of construction. And as we know, that is not the only thing that goes into an overall budget for a project. We are estimating about a 4% escalation on top of that cost of work, which is a today's dollar number. And that escalation assumes that we would be bidding this project somewhere between April and June. And there's some flexibility there to help us line up with your budget process and with the funding strategies that you choose for the project and how we go through the LGC approvals and things like that. So there's some flexibility in that window. And that brings the construction subtotal to about $4.6 million. The soft costs are the things below that. That's your design fees that you pay. You'll see a line item for contingency. That's a construction phase contingency to account for unforeseen conditions that might come up over the course of the project. And then there's a furniture and equipment and technology piece. That's instructional technology that goes inside classrooms to furnish those 4 new classrooms and the media center and the pre-K in terms of what those furnishing needs are, which gives us a total cost for the project of about $5.5 million. Any questions on that?
Will we have copies of this, or can you get this?
Yeah, I emailed it to Derek this morning, so he can certainly distribute that by email for you as well.
That project originally was like 8.5 million when it was first being talked about.
There was a planning study that was done sort of before COVID in the 2020 range, right before the start of COVID. And there certainly has been a wide range of market volatility over the last several years, which makes it a little bit difficult to predict. In working with the schools, we have been able to scale back on some of the needs and some of the other lab classrooms that we initially thought were going to be part of the scope of work. The way they're outfitted right now is pretty well set up to meet their current needs, and will give them the kind of flexibility that they need into the future as their programs change.
This expansion and stuff has been needed in Highland School for many, many years.
Yeah.
gonna
And this
get
is
there.
really, these 4 classrooms are probably the last best opportunity to expand at Highlands campus with new classroom space. And so this really captures sort of the last best spot on the campus with the current constraints that you have to expand your capacity out there. Some of the things that have been happening and some of the next steps for this project on Tuesday, the liaison committee interviewed a select group of construction managers at risk. And I think that they have made a selection and recommendation that follows an RFQ process to review the qualifications of what was, I think, 4 construction managers submitted packets for that, and then the liaison committee chose to interview 2 of those contractors. And so our recommendation would be to award that contract to the selected contractor, and the next step for that would be to reach a contract negotiation, go through a contract negotiation process with that contractor. The way that we outlined the scope of that project continues to give you some flexibility around how you proceed with the process. So committing to the award of a contract for a CM at risk does not lock you into the funding project today, because the way we outlined the scope of work in here into 3 phases. And in each of those phases, additional approval is required to allocate funding for construction and to advance the project towards its natural kind of final end of the project. That first phase is to initiate an equipment procurement process to buy the replacement HVAC equipment for the mechanical in the middle school building. That is the funding that was allocated through the NCDPI Repair and Renovation Fund grant that I think showed up in some of Mitch's information earlier today. Partly of that is because we have a pretty significant lead time on getting that equipment, and allows us to get that equipment ordered and to continue to work through the details of the rest of the design work and the planning and the funding process for the bigger project while that equipment gets on board. The second phase of the scope for the CM is to go through pre-construction services, which includes cost estimating, site logistics planning, outreach to local subcontractors, and getting ourselves ready to bid the project to those subcontractors. And then that final phase would result in a GMP that would include the labor costs to install that mechanical equipment, along with the remainder of the scope of work that we've reviewed in the previous slide, and that GMP would come to you for final approval. So at each of those phases, you have an opportunity to change course, or to slow up, or to slow down, or to speed up according to the process that y'all are working through with your funding. Questions?
What kind of action do we need to move on?
I think at some point, Derek, you'll bring a contract or an award to them for approval, right?
Will that be next Tuesday, 13th?
I think the action we would need here today is to authorize contract negotiations with Vinoy Construction for the Highlands Pre-K project. That was the firm that was selected following the RFQ process. So pertaining to this project, action coming out of this meeting today, that's what you'll need to do.
And that's for the county to enter into it, or school board?
That will be the county.
Other questions?
Is it something we can do now, or you would want to wait till you get to the end?
You can do it whenever you want to.
Gonna have a motion?
So at this point, we're wanting a vote on awarding to who was the company?
So,
Vinoy.
I mean, just a brief update on the liaison meeting we had. We had a lot of discussion about design, bid, build, and CM at risk. And I believe this will be our county's first project, CM at risk.
Yes, sir.
Manager, Ms. Laurie. And after probably 25, 30 minutes of heavy discussion, I feel comfortable myself. I feel like they have a really strong local outreach program that's really going to try to drum up a lot of local business. And really had a lot of conversation that personally I feel really good about. And I'm happy to answer any questions this board has if with the project. I know Mr. Shields and I were there, and if there's anything I can do to help you.
Last year at this time, we were talking about pre-K, it came up and we battered it around and it was not prioritized by the Board of Education. And then I think last year's budget negotiations, Commissioner Sherrill approved or wanted to approve funds to carry it through the construction document phase.
Yes,
Or to complete it, and now here we're all ready to build it. What happened there? Where was the full board action on approving? I mean, this project was kind of placed on the back burner last year. How did it get to the forefront and now it's a top priority with the board? I might have missed something there, but.
This board did approve, it approved us to issue the RFQ for the design, for the contract services. I think it was approved, was it unanimously? I don't know that. But I think we can go back, and we approved that, I think in, was it November?
Yeah, October, November.
And so that's what we're bringing back before you here today, is just, again, an action that this board's previously authorized.
And to clarify, entering into a contract with the CM at Risk does not authorize them to do construction. They have as part of their pre-construction services, an obligation to bid the work to local subcontractors and to provide you with a cost for that work in the form of a guaranteed maximum price. And so all that you're doing in this particular scenario is authorizing them to negotiate a contract for pre-construction services, and at the time of your choosing, to allow them the authority to buy the HVAC equipment for the middle school renovation piece, which was part of the project that we bid, that we did not proceed with. And then the construction phase of that project would come to you at a later date, either because you've authorized them to bid the project and they can present to you a GMP at that time that you can approve to fund or not. And so right now, the risk to you is pre-construction services to allow them to start planning with us on the project and to continue to provide us cost update information so that on bid day we know what to expect with regards to pricing, and for them to do their outreach with local subcontractors and to put their scope packages together for bidding. But as far as construction, that comes at a later date when they present you with a GMP because you've authorized them to bid the project for you.
So we keep moving the process.
Yes.
And this time last year, it was kind of, it was off the table.
Yeah. Right, so this is the natural next step, but it doesn't put you out in front of where you want to be in terms of making a decision to move forward with
And
construction.
that
if you're
includes
not
the
ready.
renovation that we debated and
Yes,
voted
sir. Yeah.
and postponed because the bid came back too high.
Yes, right.
So here we are again, we've got all that in one little bunch.
Mhm.
And we're ready to build. And something has eluded me there. And I remember, we keep voting on these next steps, but at some point, are we just leading people on, or has this board agreed? I mean, to put the pre-K and the Highlands back on top priority?
Commissioner Higdon, you and I have had talks about this before. The Highlands pre-K is about $200,000 of this project. The rest of it is much needed renovations to the school. These additions to that school has been needed to be done for years. We have high school classrooms in the elementary wing of this school. The media center is lacking, and all these things were shifting. Of course, there's no carpentry class in Highlands now, so all that stuff is shifting through there, and it's going back to the pre-K. That was my draw about this pre-K deal, was I wanted to make sure that all pre-K in Macon County is self-sufficient, self-supporting. If you're using that service as pre-K, if you're not identified by the state, I think there are two requirements to meet by the state. One is learning disabilities, and the other one is financial need. I had a meeting this morning. There are 70 kids in Highlands now that are in need of child care. That's the whole drawback with it. Is it early education, or is it a daycare center? And that's why I wanted to make sure with the pre-K that if you use it and you're not paid for by the state, then the family members has to pay for that child to attend whatever it costs to run pre-K. And the many meetings that I've had about this, they have assured me that the numbers they have figured out. And so, in pre-K, that is a growing thing across this state, is adding pre-K to these schools. And so, but if it was $4 million to do these pre-K in Highlands, I would have an issue with that. But knowing that it's 200,000, knowing that we have the 600 and some thousand or 700,000 for the renovations and everything else, this project started out, you guys, before I ever came on the board, were talking about like $8.5 million. His projected cost now was how much?
$5 million.
$5.4 million. But it's not pre-K, it's Highland School expansion, and the renovations and the additions and everything else is much needed in Highland School. I mean, it has been for years. I mean, my kids grew up there, my wife went to school there, and I mean, it's just, it's neat.
Doesn't the state supplement come off of that too?
Correct. I've done no accounting in this spreadsheet for money that you already have. And so somewhere in that 5.49 number would be applied the repair and renovation fund money that you already have available and any that's accumulated since we last talked about this project and did it.
Do you recall, Lori, what that is?
Yeah, in Mitch's presentation, I think he had about $900,000. That's what, if you look on DPI's website, that's how much is available in the repair and renovation.
And I think that you receive those payments on a quarterly basis.
Well, it goes into the bucket on a quarterly basis, yeah.
Mr.
I don't know,
Chair?
that's something we'll have to check into, like, will we have to modify the application? Because of course, initially, we didn't ask for that much. We
Right,
asked
and
for
I
a
think-
lower amount.
Yeah, and I don't know the answer.
So that's something I'll have to check into, but just, Emily, to clarify, so if the board takes the action to award a contract to Vanoy, am I pronouncing that correctly? To be the CM at risk on this project, that involves no money right now, correct?
There will be whatever you all negotiate for their pre-construction services fees, and those are negotiated a lot of different ways. Those contractors, it would be a similar process to what you go through when you hire an architect and you negotiate those fees. And it's sometimes based on some percentage or some clearly identified scope of work.
So we would have to bring those fee negotiations back to the board to make sure we have money allocated.
Yeah.
Right now, all I have allocated is the initial 63,000 some odd dollars that which was for design. And
Right,
part of
and
that's
I-
your fees.
yeah,
And that's on
yeah.
just the Highlands renovations piece.
Right.
And of course, there's fees allocated for the
Pre-K piece.
Highlands pre-K
Right, which
piece.
is this, not just pre-K. Yes.
But of course, the funds allocated for the Highlands middle school edition pre-K thing are already earmarked. There's no excess funds. And so, anyway, I just want to make sure I'm understanding the process here, like, we can award the CM at risk to Vanoy, negotiate for pre-construction, but I think we're going to have to take additional action at a future board meeting to appropriate funds and approve whatever that fee is.
Right. And you would do the same, you would follow that same process for both the equipment procurement step and the construction GMP. So they will come back to you with a GMP for both of those things. This is the value of that based on the public bidding process that they go through with subcontractors. And then you will, at that point, authorize them to buy that equipment or to proceed with construction based on that GMP amount.
Keep in mind, the way we're going about this, you know, of course, you're the board, you're the ultimate decision maker. But if you noticed in the presentation from Davenport, Mitchell Davenport, we're contemplating one loan for the high school plus the money for this project. You know, you don't want to go to the market twice, you know. Just want to do one loan encompassing both projects. You got to keep that in mind as we move along. And of course, if it amounts, some of this like the HVAC should be able to cover it under the repair and renovation fund. You know, so just keep that in mind as we move along, you know, that the ultimate goal, and we'll be, of course, talking to you in future dates about how we're going to line up all this financing and a plan of finance, et cetera. But I just want to kind of throw that out there, that if we ought to be thinking about that as well, as we move along.
So how far are we away from everything with this bulk loan? I mean, we're talking about.
Bond sale in July is what we're aiming for, to have funds on hand by August 1 to start the high school. Now, this one might have been a month sooner construction, I can't recall.
We can get those two
But
things to sync however
We're gonna
you
have to
want
try to get them to sync up.
Yeah.
So if you were going to do the Franklin High School, and you're gonna do the Highland School project, and this one's ready, Franklin High School's not ready, why would you not just pay out of the fund balance for this project? I mean, you're ultimately going to be removing $20 million out of the fund balance. So why not pay for that?
Yeah, we've contemplated that, but going back to what Mitch said, we can borrow money at 3.5 and we can earn 5.25.
Right, I understand, but it's still pulling $20 million out of it any way you look at it.
It is.
So, but, okay, so if they're awarded, if a motion is made that they're the contractor, there is no money crossing the table until we actually get a fee schedule from them. So we have nothing to lose.
Right today, right. You would be authorizing the county to negotiate those fees for just pre-construction services. All of the other fees reflected in phase 1 and phase 3 are all publicly bid to subcontractors.
Right.
So that would be at a future date when you authorize that bidding to occur.
And the CM at risk would do the public bidding.
Yes.
And have to follow statutes. The North Carolina General Statutes, 100%, just as if the county were bidding it out.
So this is naturally just a next step, we're just
Yeah.
moving the project
Yeah,
along.
this is the first step.
But,
Well, and I
you know,
think the value to you in these pre-construction services is you're going to continue to get updated feedback on what this estimate, these numbers that we have here outlined in here. They're gonna check those numbers. They're gonna work with us to get to a place where we have alignment with what we want our scope to be and what we want to pay for it. And so that's a process that happens in pre-construction that will parallel y'all's budget process in a way that gives you up-to-date, current information that you can make good decisions around as part of your budget planning for the next fiscal year.
Well, as knowing the need for the Highland School expansion, I make a motion that we go into contract with Vinoy Construction for the contract negotiations for the Highland School project.
Second.
Second. Any more discussion? Need to have my cheat notes back. Thank you. Jack, you need to say anything? You're on our liaison group there.
I think that's the desire of the liaison committee was to move forward with this through Benoit Construction.
If we don't do this piece, we're dead. It stopped. Okay. Okay. All in favor, vote by your right hand, yay. Yay. Is that what you want to do, just right there? Say it and show it?
Say it, sure.
What do I come up with?
5-0.
5-0. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Moving to the high school, this is cost estimate formatted in a similar manner to the one that you just saw for Highlands. There's a few more line items here. We've broken out the cost of work for the high school and the cost of work for the stadium. We have been tracking those costs separately. And as the projects continue to unfold and with the grant funding, we're recommending that those projects be combined into one larger project so that we get the best efficiency on the site during construction and we get the opportunity to minimize the number of construction contracts that you have on that site operating at any given time. So there's that subtotal there gets us to a cost of work of $110 million. Again, in an effort to continue to be conservative on our estimates, we've added that additional 4% escalation. That's targeting that same sort of April to June bidding window to line up with the goal of having the LGC process take place in July with an August 1 availability of funding. which gets us to a construction subtotal of about $114 million. On the bottom of that is the soft costs, which are the same kinds of soft costs we were carrying for the Highlands project that includes the remainder of the professional fees for the project, a site contingency to carry through construction, and furniture, equipment, and instructional technology that brings the total project down to the $127 million line item right there. And you can see we've done a little bit of math that factors in the grant funding as compared with what the remainder of that local funding would be. Questions?
You were going to carry it on through the construction documents?
We have been authorized to complete construction documents. The next two phases would be the bidding phase and the construction phase that y'all have not yet authorized. So we are.
When we be through with the construction document?
We are targeting to be through in time to bid somewhere in that April to June window. So we're probably 60%, 70% of the way through those documents at the moment.
And your estimated cost now, how did you surmise or get to that number?
These two cost of work numbers came from our cost estimating consultant. That consultant was done in the fourth quarter of 2023. And that escalation is the same sort of escalation that's been trending in the market for the last couple of years to get us to that place. Obviously, the closer we get to construction, the more the clock is going to slow down and stop on the escalation. We also have a hard time, just as the same as Mitch does, in predicting what's the future of sales tax going to be. Well, what's the future of escalation going to be is the same kind of challenge that we face in there. And so that is our cost estimating consultant to get us to the $110 million. And then we factor in that escalation. And then those soft costs are all percentage estimates at this point. We have started our work with the furniture consultant. That was something that this board approved in one of the previous meetings in the last couple of months. So we will be able to start, now that we're getting close to construction, filling in some actual values for those estimated costs in the coming months, so that we can continue to get more predictable about what this will cost us when the time comes.
You know, Emily, I wish the public could hear some of the conversations we've had. I mean, some of them haven't really been pleasant, but
no.
I mean, I want you to explain to people the anxiety that I have with maybe the confidence in this board and with your firm. We presented this at $118 million, and we're standing here at 130.
Yeah.
People gasp at 118, we're at 130. And I'd just like for you to give an in-depth detail on how we got there and what changed.
Yeah. So that initial estimate that we presented was in October of 2022. In the meantime, since that has happened, one of the major things that we've done is the consolidation of Bartram Academy. And with that came an additional 9,000 square feet to our building. So anytime we make a building bigger, that cost is going to go up. We also added the walking track at the gymnasium. That came from feedback from the liaison committee and the athletics department at the school. And we've had pretty significant continued market escalation that we have been conservatively planning around since that October 2022 mark, which right now we're at a 15-month mark for escalation. And so those are really the big reasons why the costs have continued to change. This whole time, I think, Josh, in those liaison committee meetings, we've tried to do a careful job of checking against DPI and where we understand DPI's recommendations to be for the size of this building and the stuff that goes in it, and comparing that and being clear with the liaison committee and with the school system about where we are different than DPI and why we're different than DPI to make those decisions. And so that's largely some of it. The square footage is higher than what DPI would recommend, and there's some key programs in the building that exceed DPI's minimum requirements. For example,
that additional 9,000 square feet, is that onto the existing building, or is this just something?
So in October 2022, we designed a building for Franklin High School, and it did not include the classroom needs of Bartram because that wasn't a part of the conversation. So when we assessed what those needs were for Bartram Academy to continue to operate, it resulted in an additional 7 classrooms and some administrative space that we put into the building in a spot that we think is programmatically the right place for that to go, and it displaced some other things that grew the footprint of the building so that we didn't lose those other services that had already been planned for. And so that was an expansion of about 9,000 square feet to the project.
And I think that was a good thing towards your 62 million too.
I think that was certainly one of those things that, that DPI had been communicating was a priority for them in terms of consolidation. I also think some really great things came out of that with the school system and reimagining what the Bartram Academy could be in this context and the services that are available to students. So I think all around, that's a real success story in terms of how consolidation works in the district. And so that is a value.
The lady, the superintendent, she started off her conversation that day with the compliments about the CTE program and what we were doing there.
And that's another place where this program at Franklin High School exceeds the DPI minimum recommendations for CTE programming. We have a lot deeper course load of offerings for Franklin students that results in additional space in classrooms. And most of those programs are currently programs that are offered, but are being offered in such a way that either limits their ability to offer the right kind of certifications to students because they're not in the right kind of space right now, or they're having to do some modifications and overlap and sharing in places that are not ideal for those kind of specific secondary programs. So those are probably the two biggest things. Bartram Academy would be a unique in comparison to DPI. The CTE programming is pretty unique in comparison to DPI. There's also a pretty deep physical education and athletics program that results in a little bit of additional space there as you compare it to a traditional comprehensive high school from DPI's expectations. Other questions about that? Really, there's only two sort of next steps for us. We're going to continue to complete our construction documents, which is what you sort of tasked us with doing. That is a little bit of coordinating with the work that we've been doing on the stadium component of the project that's been running parallel to the high school. We're doing a little bit of work to consolidate those two things a little bit more clearly. And then our next recommendation, which we discussed also with the liaison committee, would be to initiate a process for selection of a CM at risk for the high school project. And it become sort of as our recommendation that that is the best delivery method for this particular project, very similar to the value that you would get from the Highlands project. And that would start with the same kind of an RFQ solicitation from the county, where interested contractors would submit a packet of qualifications that y'all could review and choose to interview firms down the road.
And this recommendation for to begin the RFQ selection process comes with the consent of the liaison committee as well.
Are we at that point now where we're ready for?
Yeah, to start the process, yes.
Start the process.
I think so. The more time a contractor has with this project before we're ready to bid it, the better the value is to you as an owner in looking for opportunities for cost savings. Site logistics are going to be very detailed on this campus because we're working with an existing high school operation and there's some overlapping and transitional phasing that's happening that we need to really be able to plan through. So I think the more time we give a contractor with our documents and with the scope of the project before they bid it to subcontractors, the better value you get as an owner and the better outcome the project will be in the long run.
I know the community got to see the renderings that were designed pre-Bartram Academy.
Well, the stuff that we presented in the fall at the community meeting had Bartram in it.
Okay.
Yeah. So that community meeting that was October of '23 all had the Bartram program incorporated into that.
So this is kind of running concurrent with Highlands? This project?
Yes.
Yeah, that's RFQ.
And when will your documents be ready for review to a contractor?
Well, in a CM at risk delivery method, that review is ongoing, and so they could come and look at our documents today in terms of their work in progress. So we would never, in this particular delivery method, we would never have to wait until they're finished because we start that communication. As soon as they're on board, they can be looking at our documents and beginning to develop scope packages and doing constructability reviews and cost estimating and looking for opportunities for savings, even if we're not finished.
So the CM at risk needs to be decided today pertaining to Franklin High School, New Franklin High School.
I think it is in the best interest of the project for you to authorize the RFQ process for a CM, that we would begin to make that decision and determination on who that would be.
Ms. Kite, would you put the numbers back up on the
Yes.
screen? So, the 62 million grant, so that leaves us with a balance of $65,086,000. If, just say for instance, what did you say, we're thinking about the fund balance, 20 million, what did he present?
The 20 million from fund balance.
Okay.
These numbers match his numbers.
Okay, so just say 5 million went to the Highlands, so we're down to $50 million to fund this new high school as proposed.
I think it's more than that, though.
What are you saying?
He's just saying you add the 5 million to that and then take away 20 million from fund balance and leaves you $50 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's all reflected in the CIP.
Yeah, but through here, with these numbers, projected total cost $127,086,000. 62 million for the grant. That leaves what she has local funding of 65 million. If we have 5 million, just say 5 million went to the Highlands project, that would bring this local funding to $50 million for the next school. Is that correct?
No. I mean, it goes back to what I said earlier. The way it's set up currently is to borrow the 65 million for Franklin High School.
Right.
Borrow whatever the net number was for Highlands.
Right.
And transfer 20 million from the general fund to a capital reserve. That 20 million will be used to maybe make some of those upfront debt service payments or to fund pay-go capital. So that's why she's showing 65 million of local funding, because we're going to borrow 65 million for this project. Like I said, the 20 million is just moving to capital reserve. It's going to fund some smaller projects. It's going to fund some of those pay-as-you-go projects, and possibly some of the upfront debt service those years it peaks. And again, going back to right now, we can borrow at 3.5, earn 5.25. Because last year we had them do an analysis on knocking 15 million off of the borrowing or flowing that 15 million through CIP. And it was more beneficial to let that 15 million flow through CIP rather than borrowing 15 million less.
Due to the interest rate.
So,
well, see, that's, in my mind, in the private sector world, if you've got the money, you pay for something. You don't go into debt for something. I mean, that's the whole key of personal lifestyle, is to be out of debt, not in debt. And so that's why I said even 65 million, 5 million for the Highland School project, that comes up to the 72 million, whatever that he was talking about. And then the other projects, and we're talking about $90 million to borrow, and then I'm confused.
We're not
borrowing we're borrowing right over 70.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on, let's do what we need to do.
At this time,
So, a quick question for you, Emily. So, if the board says, yes, we want to do CM at risk for Franklin High School, I don't have the timeline in front of me, but I imagine we'd want to get it advertised, solicit, request for qualifications as soon as possible, and probably, should we aim for the March board meeting to bring back an award of a CM?
Ideally, I think that's what fits in the timeline if we start today. And we've got, I can help you with the RFQ document that we did for Highlands.
We got one on Highlands, we just need to
update this. Yeah, and we can put together a timeline that would factor in time if you want to interview contractors like we did for Highlands.
We'll just have to take a look at that, but I was trying to think out, we only meet once a month, and of course, we can call special meetings, but.
I think it works out to try to hit the March meeting. I think that's a realistic timeline for that
Hopefully that gives
process.
us enough time.
Yeah, if we can get it out on the street quickly, we can,
I feel like the real issue here isn't necessarily funding. We're not there right now. This is more or less, are we doing a pay-go or are we doing a CM at risk? That's the issue here. And I just want to make sure this board's fully aware of what the difference is with the pay-go contracting and the CM at risk and the GMP. That was what I had the biggest problem with. And essentially, they hand us a GMP, a guaranteed maximum price. That's it. And all the estimates that come in are transparent. And the contractor more or less just marks a percentage on top of that. And it's not a turnkey estimate like what we would see in the private sector. So it's kind of different compared to what.
You get the best price transparency for what every single thing in your building costs with a CM at risk. And you get far less risk for the accumulation of change orders and things that happen in a hard bid situation where your contractor didn't get the time that they need to spend with the documents before putting that bid together, and someone missed something, or the documents didn't accurately cover something, or something like that. There's far less risk of that in a CM at risk project because that's all better coordinated and people have more time with the project before the numbers go together. And you get a significant amount more cost transparency because you're going to see the three bidders who bid roofing and what who those three bidders are and what their costs are. And then all of those smaller scopes of subcontractor prices are fully transparent and they go together to make up that GMP number. And every single one of those scopes are publicly bid in accordance with the general statute, so you get to hear them read out loud and know exactly who the subs are and exactly what their costs are.
I thought the involvement of local subs was another thing that stood out to me about the CM at risk process. Seemed like it was a more geared toward involving local subcontractors.
Yes, and even those subs that might be too small to handle a full scope by themselves on a project the size of Franklin, those CMs can work with bigger subcontractors and partner them with smaller local subcontractors to balance the work so that everybody can be successful. So if a smaller contractor is eager to participate but can't do the whole thing by themselves in a particular scope, they can work on those relationships and partner those scopes in such a way that can maximize the local participation.
I think another thing that influenced me on the CM at risk was the project 100% finished on time.
Yeah.
I think that was a selling point for me.
100% finished on time.
Yeah, that particular contractor's got a really high success rate, but most of the CM projects that we do finish on time and on the GMP that they have established. The only time the GMP changes is if the scope of the project changes. So at some point, if the owner says, well, we don't really want this flooring, we want a different kind of flooring, or we want to upgrade the roof to something else that wasn't in the GMP, then you would pay the difference because the scope of the work changed. But if the scope doesn't change, the GMP doesn't change.
Well, this next comment's probably going to not be the most popular thing that I've got to say, but a lot of things that I say is not. But through this process, and I know Commissioner Young and I have had a lot of conversations about this new school. I know y'all have done a lot of work on this project, and getting through to the $62 million grant. In fact, I got a call coming in here. Chairman Shields has convinced me that Franklin High School is obsolete for the new curriculum. He's convinced me of that. So the current school is not able to handle that, just like the old hospital versus the new hospital. The new hospital is for all the new technology. However, I have been bombarded by supporters of mine that disagree with this high school. They disagree based on the fact, not necessarily of building a new school, it's about where it's being built. And I've had many conversations. In fact, on my way in here, I got a phone call that said, John, we're not even going to argue about the high school, but we disagree with the way where it's being built. So I'm torn by giving these kids a new school versus doing what the people are paying for this school that are paying for it, and what they're saying about they disagree with this, building it on the current site. So, in my mind, there's been a lot of work, a lot of discussions and everything else, but the real people out here in the community, I haven't, other than ones that want to call me and talk about it, they're not satisfied. And so I think that this new school project should go on a referendum in November. Because I don't want to make a $60 million, $70 million, $80 million mistake. That's just my stance on it. I'm speaking for all my constituents out here that has called me, that we've had conversations and everything else. And my stance on it is this school project should be on a referendum in November to get their blessings, and then we didn't make a mistake. That's all I got to say.
I understand what he's saying. We've talked about it. We disagree about it respectfully, not in a disrespectful manner. And I'd like to see the project continue. And he knows that everybody knows that my feeling about the new high school and a new curriculum. 1975, William Glasser, Schools Without Failure. Let me read you one sentence.
What's the topic?
Pardon me?
What was the topic?
Schools Without Failure. 1975, University of North Carolina, Charlotte. I can't remember the professor's name, but we were in there. When relevance is absent from the curriculum, children do not gain the motivation to learn. And that's what I'm trying to say. The new high school is built with a curriculum to go into it that fits up with today's, the relevance of what's going on out here in the workforce today. And that was one of the things that the professor talked to us about. If you get involved in new school building, make sure your curriculum has a relevance, and make sure your curriculum will fit inside the building. Because sometimes we have a situation where we want to build the building, then put the curriculum in. That's to them, to me, he convinced me that's backwards. And so I think we've looked at the curriculum that we want to put in this new building, and it'll fit on Franklin High School inside. And John and I, we've had to talk about congestion and things like that, and I respect what he has to say, but I don't see us going in reverse. I see us moving on forward, and let's carry out our mission of a new Franklin High School.
So if we
put that in the motion?
What's that?
Your suggestion?
Me or them?
No,
Me? Are you talking to me? Oh, I'm getting ready to.
Oh.
So if we try to put this on referendum, we're going to end up in the same situation as the previous county and how we ended up with this grant to begin with.
I have 2 years.
Say again?
We have 2 years to use this money.
I'm just not willing to kick that can down the road for 2 more years. We've been talking about this for 30 years. Now, how long do you talk about a problem before you come up with a solution? I think it's really insane that for 30 years we've been talking about a high school, and still 30 years later, it's still an argument as to whether or not these kids need a school. To me, there's no argument there. These kids need a new school. I understand what you're saying about the location. However, at this point in history, that is the location that we have. That was part of the reason for getting the Higdon property across the street from there, because we didn't have enough room. But we added 11 more acres to this project. I don't see any reason why this has got to be kicked down the road any further. That's just my opinion on this.
And I appreciate that at all. In my campaign promise, I will never vote to spend tens of millions of dollars without the final say of the taxpayers and the voters out here. And every time we've talked about this, we've talked about the location. That's not, I'm only one person in this county. regardless of if I'm an elected official. But a project of this magnitude and so many calls that I've had from constituents that says, we're not even arguing with the new high school. We're satisfied. So through that process, through the construction documents and everything else, I'm not even arguing. Chairman Shields has convinced me 100% that that facility over there is obsolete for our kids in a high school education. End of story. It's a matter of doing it right. And if my constituents, who I represent, tell me that it's wrong, I must listen to the people. And the true way to listen to the people is on a referendum in November of '24. And you know what? It takes the burden off of my back to listen to the people.
Equal side of this argument, I can equally look at you and say, you know what? The people who support me, they feel like 100% the school should be exactly what is being done right now.
Okay.
All we don't have at that point are the numbers, right?
Right. So we're 50-50. So who's right and who's wrong?
Can I interject here?
Yes, sir.
And this is for healthy discussion, and I won't take his
Yes,
personal.
no, that's good.
But like, I want to make 2 points. We signed it, we committed unanimously to an interlocal agreement with the school board. If we got the grant, we'd use it. I feel like at that point it'd be nice to say no. But that piece of property is like a unicorn. I mean, it's really easy to stand here and say, I've went on record many times and said, I'd love to find 250 acres. Where is it? It's easy to say, the holler up, Turkey Holler. It's easy. But when you really look at it, you look at acquiring the property, you look at the infrastructure, you look at what it takes to do the site work, the septic utilities. I mean, you think we're going to come in way under budget on this? You really think we can find that piece? And where is it?
Right. And let's go back to the resolution that we adopted. At that time, we were talking about an $80-90 million project. It was 120. Then we got down below 100 and all this other stuff, and now we're back up to 127. Well, you know, that's 25, 30, $35 million where we were at the time of the talks with this resolution. And if we got a $62 million grant, we could pay cash for this school and went on about our business.
Where's that property? That's the question. I feel like that's the question. We've been looking for 20 years. I mean, I hate to say it like that, but I feel like, to Danny's point, I mean, like, it's easy to say that, and I want to jump on board and agree with you. I mean, I do. I'd love to see a baseball and softball field, and a pool and tennis courts, but where's that piece? At 911, I got contacted by, I bet, 6 people that day, whenever they had the emergency and the lockdown, and they were just thanking us that the school wasn't out there because they couldn't handle the congestion from 441 past Chick-fil-A. Like, they couldn't handle the capacity on, during an emergency. Well, it's like, and I'm with you, but where is that property?
And that is $1 million question. I'm speaking for the people that just keep calling me and calling me and calling me, or having these conversations. I don't know. I don't know the answers. However, from what I'm being contacted by, they have a right to be heard. And just like with what you're saying, they all have a right to be heard. It's been presented to us, this board and everybody in the community, of the financials and everything. It's not about the financials. It's about people being satisfied by this project. And the only true way to do that is to have them vote on it in November. And I don't want to kick the can down the road. I'm convinced we need a new school. But I'm not going to go against the people that support me and their wishes. And I know what I've been talking about. My folks in Highlands, absolutely Franklin needs a new high school. Let's build them one. I don't know of anybody up there that has talked to me about denying the fact of a high school in Franklin. Okay? End of story. I'm not against it. But when my people are telling me, let's build a new school, but not as proposed, then I must listen. And so, Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to make a motion that the new Franklin High School project be put on a referendum in the November general election.
Is there a second to that?
I want to second that just for further discussion. Without a second, we can't have further discussion.
Okay,
Now, are we open for further discussion?
yes, we are.
We have talked about this. I've been on board 10 years, and 10 years ago, we started talking about a new school. And I thought, that's odd. We've got buildings over there that are only 24 years old. My only concern about this is we hear curriculums and stuff. And the average age of those 7 buildings we're thinking of demolishing and replacing is 49 years old. You take the gym and the main campus building out, the average age of those buildings is 40 years. And it's frustrating to me. I have a house that's nearly 40 years old, and I've prepared to live in it for the next 40 years. New roof, new heat pumps, new maintenance. It's frustrating to me a little bit that we as a government units, or government units, not us, our predecessors, can't decide and plan something that's going to have a longer lifespan than 40 years. And we're preparing to spend 100 or 180 million, whatever the number winds up being. We don't know till we get the bids in, but are we designing something that's going to last us for another 40 years and we'll have to replace it? We have to do better at, I don't know if it's construction, what I always said, you go to Yale or Harvard, those buildings are 300 years old. Can't we do something similar to that? But that's my frustration about this whole process. I've heard I haven't been in the liaison meetings like you guys have, but it's frustrating to me that it was identified, and I've asked that question a lot of times, why do we need a new school? And I hear people say, well, the kids deserve it. Well, that's not an objective analysis of it. It's they do deserve it. They deserve a quality education. That's the product of education. And when we signed on that agreement to accept the grant, Commissioner Young, I had not reviewed the 2023 school report card. And I have been reviewing that, and I'm troubled with it some. What is our return on our investment? If we invest $170 million, like you buying a tractor, what's your return on that investment? What do we and the taxpayers expect for our return on the investment of building a new high school? Or is it going to affect the curriculum? Is the academic growth going to increase, going to improve? I mean, 9 out of our 11 schools that were graded in Macon County had a failing grade. We got one that's got an F. We got 2 that's got a D. One of them scored less than 50 out of 100. That's an evaluation, an internal evaluation of the DPI on the product that we're delivering here. And when I was in high school, if you dropped below 70, you got to rematch. You got to retake it again. Or where in this, if we're going to talk about improving the quality of education in Macon County, certainly buildings would benefit that. When are we going to have the discussion about the curriculum, about the performance, about the overall performance of our local education system, academic growth? Is that a topic worthy of breaching at some point? And I'm with John. I'm not going to argue the location to put the school. I agree that we can't find the land. I don't think it's closely available. But I think something of this magnitude and this investment and taking on this debt load that we may take it, I'm not opposed to putting it out if it's feasible to do it, put it out to the voters and say, hey, yeah, we're ready to build a new school. I think that's a very appropriate way when you're making an investment like this. And I want to tag along with that is at some point I want to be part of the conversation is how do we improve academic growth? How do we improve the product that we're responsible for delivering? So that's the reason I seconded that motion. I don't know if yours was tailored that way, just a blanket, do you approve in your school or not get into the locations? I'm all for letting the public speak. In November, that's not far away. So with that,
Had a motion.
And I just have to say one thing, I mean, this is good discussion, and there's nothing, I mean, this is what I think we need to have, we can rip the Band-Aid off, and, I guess, a lot of that's an interpretation, and I feel like we all have different interpretations, and I just recall Mr. Baldwin handing me a brochure. It was somewhere around the 1900s, 1915. I think it was 80-something schools in Macon County. They were all over this county, everywhere you looked, and I'm looking at the evolution of the school building, and everything is changing. I mean, I imagine getting an education in the early 1900s was probably something of large magnitude, the 1930s. And so I just feel like everything is changing, society is changing. I'm not saying it's for the better. I mean, everything's changing. I mean, but when I look at this and I look at the opportunity that we have before us, I look at all the discussions we've had, the years, I've been to 3, 4, or 5 different public hearings. And in 5 public hearings, I bet I've had 2 to 3 people speak against the school. They're just not coming to me. Maybe they know I'm in favor of the school. I'm just not hearing from them. And so I know Mr. Sherrill and Mr. Higdon are listening to their constituents, and I feel like I am too. And I just want you to understand where I'm at. This is good discussion. This is good discussion.
And I am completely satisfied that we need a new high school. 100%. I just want to satisfy people's minds that we are going to do this to their wishes and for the betterment of our children and this community for decades to come. And make sure that 20 years from now, I mean, that we're not having a building that's neglected or falling down or it's just obsolete again. Because you just heard the presentation from the Macon County Schools. We need a new East Franklin school, Cartucket. So we owe it to the taxpayers of this county to do it one time and make sure it's right. And that's all that's my stance on it. I will pay my share to this new high school, I promise you, and have no regrets. But I want to make sure that the people out here in the community is 100% satisfied with this project. That's all I'm asking.
To your point, Commissioner Higdon, most of them are run after school program. From COVID, we saw a significant decline in these kids and their ability to learn.
Yes.
COVID messed these kids up more than the public, actually talks about, to be honest. And I got to see that firsthand. And I deal with these kids every day. These parents are coming to me every day for help. I have school teachers who volunteer. I had school teachers who volunteered for 2-3 years from COVID on to come in every day. They're at the karate school Monday through Thursday on their own time. Won't even take money from me to help these kids get to where they want to go. I work with these teachers, around this county. People are trying everything that they know to do for these kids. And I hear what you're saying about the failing grades, but it's not as simple as everyone would think. Because if it was, more people would be jumping in that fight. And really what it is, it's really about fighting for these kids. There's not a shortage of people who talk about the failing of the grades with these kids, but there's a shortage of people who are jumping in to help all these kids. I have a little over 150, anywhere from 150 to 200 students at my karate school. That's barely making a dent in this county with the amount of kids that are here. It breaks my heart every day. We're doing everything possible to get to a bigger facility just so we can bring in more kids and, get some help to these kids academically. It's not an easy thing, and I get what you're saying, but I'm just saying it's not as simple a solution as one might think. It's a lot of hard work to push for these kids. I mean, I do a summer camp every summer. During our summer camp this year, we're probably going to be doing a lot of tutoring to help move some of these kids forward as well. It's a difficult situation, and my heart goes out to these teachers who are doing everything that they know to do, and yet the results are still not coming back. It's sometimes it's a kick in the face, and I can't, and I just want to say thank you to all the teachers in Macon County who are going above and beyond to try to make that happen. It's a difficult thing. Yes, it's a hard pill to swallow when you hear those numbers, but I guarantee you in this county, there's not a shortage of people, man, that are trying as hard as possible to get these kids moving forward. And we are some of them, and I get to work with them, so I know firsthand the difficulty there is in trying to get these kids moving forward academically. In COVID, we took a way harder hit in this country than people are talking about. And it affected a lot more than just the economy. What it did to these kids, I got to see firsthand over and over again. And I'm still dealing with the ramifications from that still today, and we're in 2024. So it's difficult, man. I get it. I get what you're saying, but it's not a simple solution.
And you're handling it from a private industry part. We're talking publicly funded here. What is that conversation? Where does that conversation need to start? What are we doing? Are we shortchanging our children? Are we getting all engrossed in this emotional thing of a new shiny building as opposed to a deep dive into, as Mr. Shields says, the curriculum? Or do we need to be funding items in that curriculum? I'm not kicking any teachers. I know we've got some quality teachers in this county. Football, we got quality staff. But at some point, we have to have that conversation. What more can we do to improve that evaluation process that was employed by DPI to grade our school system? These kids are our final product. That's the only product the government's putting out. Are we shortchanging them by saying, oh, we build a $200 million new high school, everything's going to be glossy?
I think that's a big conversation to still have. I don't feel like the high school in any way, shape, or form is going to stop that at all. It's still a conversation that needs to be had. And yes, we do need to invest a whole lot more. But I'm just saying, just from the first experience.
Yeah, and that's something we need to explore.
But I think as a 21 years at Franklin High School, as the principal of Franklin High School, and I've said this before, a lot of us grew up with three institutions. You had the home, you had the spiritual compass, and you had schools. When you lose the home, when you lose the spiritual compass, the schools cannot do it. My experience at Franklin High School, the first 5 years, me, Mama, and Daddy sat down with the students and talked to them about where they're going in their lives, making these decisions. And you and I talked about this.
Yes.
The second 5 years of Franklin High School, it was me and Mama talking to the child. The third 5 years, it was me and Granny talking. And you know who had the last 5 years? Me and the student. That's your deterioration that happened over time. What I'm trying to do is get us some relevance back into that. And I know where Mr. Higdon's coming from with the scope of the report card. And Josh he's not here now, but he has invited you and I to come and sit down with him.
Yes.
But I'm just saying, we have a workforce to turn out. If we don't start putting relevance into the curriculum at the high school level, they're going to walk off that stage with a diploma. The worst thing you can see in a high school that I've seen is grade 13. Grade 13. When that child walks off of that high school, picks up that diploma, and they've had kindergarten teachers, they've had the parents, they've had all these institutions that support them all the way through. They had the TLC from the teachers. We all made sure that the students did not fall. Now, when you go into grade 13 and you look around, those people are gone from you. You have to develop something within your curriculum. And I'm talking about K-3, whatever it may be, but in the high school, they've got to have something they can take with them. You know where they'll be? If they don't, they'll be over in your jail. And you're right, you'll need a bigger jail. But we fight that, saying, look, let's focus on our educational piece. Only thing I'm familiar with is 912. And I've told Mr. Young before, Mr. Young, stay close to me. You know all about the dirt. Pass me the curriculum. I can help you there. Don't pass me no dirt and stuff. I don't know about that stuff. But our institutions have fallen. But what is the real scary part is the mental health piece that we've got in this arena. People, it's a scary place to be. And it's not fair to these young people to not have Mr. Higgins brought this up. Remember, he and I have talked about it. Here's a Franklin High School track team. Won the state. How many went to that? No, I didn't get to go either. We won the state.
It wasn't here.
That's right. That's right. They didn't even get to practice here. They didn't even get to have a games here. But they won state. There was no one with them. Mr. Higdon has brought them in, and we recognize the coach. But there's things here, and when we talk about, we had been out there looking around. I see Jack Morgan here. I'm gonna say in 2012, Derek, what was your job in 2012? I saw your name on a paper.
Yeah.
That talked about schools at that time. And the reason I'm pointing to Jack Morgan here, when John and I were on the planning board in 2018, Franklin High School has always been the main topic in education. It's there, it's in your planning book, you can see it. But go back to what Mr. Higgins said a while ago, nothing ever gets done. We have never been this far before in getting something done. In Franklin High School, this is what, Paul was there, I keep picking on Paul, because we can.
Big boy.
November the 11th, 2 years ago, we had to go into the Fine Arts Center at Franklin High School because it was raining outside. Was it 2 years ago? We honored a World War II Navy veteran, 98 years old. When he walked into the building at the Fine Arts Center, he came through the door, I had him a seat. He had his daughter and his grandson with him. The daughter came up to me and said, "He's drunk coffee this morning. He really needs to go to the bathroom." In the Fine Arts Center, I said, "Here's your options. You can go downstairs. We'll take him downstairs. I'll walk him downstairs. I'll stand outside the door, whatever you need. Or you can walk out the back and you can go over a little place here and go into the English building." He said, "I'll just wait." And I think when I shared that story with Josh Young, Josh Young said, "We are better than this." And I hope we had that. We're better than this. We are at a moment when we're about to make a decision to go left or go right. And for our county to benefit from this high school, people, we need to go forward. I'll call for the vote, and we'll see which way we're going. But I'm gonna tell you, LS3P, y'all been heroes to me in how you've handled this thing. And go ahead.
Now, one thing, Chairman Shields and I, we volunteered at one of the schools back some time ago.
Christmas.
And I went into that school on top of the world, just just ready to deal with those kids. I left there broken. I'm still broken by that event that we did. Dealing with those small kids in the broken homes. This one little, and I won't go into details, but she wanted an item. And she said, "I want that because I love to play with that when I'm all home alone and it takes my mind off of things." You're talking about broken, dealing with those kids.
Yeah.
So it is, and a school has to be a safe haven for these kids. And I'm not against it. If I could, we would build schools for every one of the whole county. But at the same time, it goes right back. I must listen to my constituents. And that's why that I put it out here. It's not to delay anything. We need a new high school. I want to make sure that the people are satisfied, that we move forward. That's my whole stance.
Let me plug John Sherrill just a second. John Sherrill, we were at the East Franklin, we were in a Christmas thing. John Sherrill, he left there broke two ways. He had a broken heart and didn't have any money left because he'd taken his money. I saw him. He was making sure if that child, they go around and pick up the Christmas gifts and get to the end, they say, that's $20. Well, that little girl, little boy, they have $10. John Sherrill's in his pocket trying to find that other $10 for that child. So it's not that we don't like, to me, Gary Shields, I can't afford to be gambling on waiting. We've never been this far before. Don't stop now. Let's move on. And I respect him as saying constituents, we'll take care of them, respect them. But also, quietly, we have a number of people who let us know, move forward. And so if we're in put it in a motion and we'll just.
Call question. Yeah.
And when you say call the question, you call the vote. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
All right. We've had a motion, we've had a second, we've had cussing and discussion. And now we're gonna have a vote. All right, and you wanna repeat your motion again? No cussing, just discussion.
No cussing. Gosh. My motion was,
Delay.
the new Franklin High School project to be placed on a referendum in the November general election.
You've heard the motion? Is there a second?
It's already been.
Okay, it's already been, all right. Then I guess I'm calling for the vote.
Okay. What do you call it? All in
Whatever
favor?
you said, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All in favor?
All in favor of the motion made by Mr. Sherrill? Say aye, raise your hand.
Aye.
Are you aye?
No,
Oh.
I was telling you how to do it.
Okay, let's do this officially.
Yeah,
And
no,
again, call the vote.
call the vote.
All in favor of
All
my
in
motion?
favor, raise your hand.
Okay.
How many times I gotta vote?
How many did we get,
All
Mr.
opposed,
Antoine?
that was two.
That was two.
No,
That
all
was two.
opposed.
All opposed. 3-2.
Chairman, at this time, I'd like to make a motion for Macon County to enter into the RFQ selection process for CM at risk at Franklin High School.
Second.
All right. Any discussion on that? Anybody, any discussion on that? All right, let's vote. Yea or nay to move forward? All right.
All opposed?
All opposed?
I don't know what that is.
That's construction management at risk. I've learned some new words the other day too. Yeah. Okay, we're moving forward.
All right.
That was all I got. All I got.
We're moving right along.
Thank you. No way, don't have time for bathroom break.
Thinking the same thing.
I'm going too, I'm going
It's
too.
my turn.
Hey, take 5. Can't everybody go down the bathroom at the same time though, so if they go 10.
You said that, Josh. I was sitting there thinking, it's time for me to present. I'm gonna be like, I'm done. Which it'll be that way anyway. Mine's always short and
Yes,
sweet.
yes.
Town, we got to delay.
I'm gonna kill the audio while they're having another break. I'll add the audio again whenever they start back up. Okay, they'll be starting back in a few minutes.
I thought this way to pay for
I mean,
I
I
just wanna
get-
see how, I just wanna see how it looks.
Yeah.
Now, so-
Well, like I said, Mitch did that last year, and it was more favorable just to move the 15 million over. So I would imagine it'd be more favorable to move the 20 million, but I'll definitely ask him to update it like he did last year and just see which gets us more bang for our buck.
I also would like to see just a little item if the quarters didn't come through.
Yeah.
I think if people realize that's 2 cents, I think they support that.
Yeah.
Well,
Probably gonna be up to us to
The problem, yeah.
that sales tax is, if you spend less than $10 in this county, you're already paying 7%.
I've got a whole chart based on like $1 up to several $100s. You're already paying it.
Hey, Derek, you all right, buddy?
But if you want
You thought
to
so.
target people coming into this county with no land, you get that sales tax increase, you offset the property taxes for the local people. Exactly what that amount is. But it's not the whole amount.
Oh, no, you're on deck, right?
Yeah,
Who was up? Bill Antoine, I passed him, so he'll be here in a minute.
So when you do that, you're getting the ones.
Go ahead. The man was using the bathroom.
I'm in full support.
We got a tour.
You're paying it already. You go into the store and buy a Coke, you pay $2, you're gonna pay $2.14. You can't split that penny. Okay? Oh, Danny's.
We'll have to do it.
Oreo, she's missing.
All right, let's go.
There he is. All right. Miss Laura, you're the lady in
So
black.
mine is quick and short and sweet. So every year I just try to give you guys a mid-year update of where we are with two of our biggest revenue sources, sales tax, property tax, and then just take an overall look at our general fund revenues and expenditures. So we'll start out, we'll talk about sales tax. So this slide represents just 5 months worth of sales tax. If you'll recall from previous years, I always talk about there is a 3-month lag on sales tax. So what you're seeing here represents July through November retail sales, and then we receive those monies in the months of October through February. So this does not reflect December, which of course is normally a pretty big sale month, you know, due to Christmas. But as you'll see, fiscal year '23 for the first 5 months, we had $7,564,000. This fiscal year, we've collected $7,596,000. So we have only collected a little over $32,000 more for this 5-month period this year, or 0.43% increase. So not even a 0.5%. And if you compare that to last year, same time period, we collected $848,000 more, which was 12.64% higher than that prior year. So, as Mitch stated, across the state, it does seem like sales tax are leveling back out to normal levels. Unfortunately, I don't think we're no longer on our double-digit growth. But who knows? We have 7 more months to go. But just based on this 5-month metric, which is all we know today, again, our increase is only a little under 0.5% compared to 12.6% last year. Just if you're interested, the month of July, we had a 6.35% decrease. The month of August was a 4.77% increase. The month of September was a 2% decrease. The month of October was a 0.79% increase, so right under 1%. And then November was up 6.39%. And again, if you total the 5 months, it's right under a 0.5% increase for that 5-month period. So refunds do play a part in this. Like as a county, we have to pay sales tax throughout the year, but then we can apply for a refund from the Department of Revenue. So those do impact these numbers. The town of Franklin, the town of Highlands, the school system, they can apply for part of the sales tax back. So refunds flowing through governments, not-for-profits do impact these numbers. So again, hopefully December retail sales will be good.
hopefully our springtime tourism, will be good and we'll bounce back somewhat, better than this less than 0.5% growth right now. Any questions on that? So the next slide, of course, is our property tax. So this includes our ad valorem taxes as well as our motor vehicle. It also includes interest fees assessed, advertising fees that they assess, attorney fees on delinquent collections, etc. So as you'll see, last year at this time, we were at 28.2 collected. This year we're at 28.6 collected, or almost 28.7. So we're right on target, we know, with collections. We have collected about $456,000 more than prior year. So all in all, on property tax and collections, we're right about target. Last year, for comparison, this same 6-month period, we were up about $695,000. So again, of course, these ebb and flow. January, hopefully, of course, these are just through December, but hopefully the January is usually one of the bigger collection months because they're due by January 5th. So, hopefully these continue to come in as projected. This slide just takes our general fund revenues as a total. So last year at this time, we had brought in about $38.2 million of revenues. This year, we've brought in $40.1 million of revenues. So we're up about 5% higher than last year. And again, interest earnings is a big part of this. As we talked at budget time, though, these interest earnings will not continue forever. So we earmark those towards one-time capital. But just for comparison, last fiscal year in the general fund, we received $2.4 million in interest earnings for the whole year. As of December, if I'm remembering correctly, we collected $1.8 million in interest just for half a year. So that just shows you the impact of those interest earnings. And again, that may give us some opportunity, some of these smaller projects that we could appropriate those interest earnings and use them for smaller projects since they're one and done. But like Mitch said, we didn't build any interest earnings into the CIP just for the conservatism, to have some wiggle room there. But thought that was just something interesting to point out with the interest earnings that, we're already at 1.8, only halfway through the year. And then my last slide is just general fund expenditures in total. Last year we had spent right at $27 million. This year we've spent $30.3 million. So those are up about $3.37 million. And that's to be expected because, of course, the cost of goods and to provide business, salaries, fringes, retirement increase, etc. So we, anticipated our expenditures to be, higher than this 6-month period versus last year, same 6 months. So, like I said, I'll make it short and sweet, but I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have, or feel free to call or come by anytime if you want further dive or detail into numbers. I'd be glad to provide.
And thank you for sending us the monthly reports on all that.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Thanks for what you do.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lord.
Yes. Staying with me.
I'll see you later. I believe I'll see you later.
Mr. Rollins, come to the front, okay?
I think I was roasting. He was on 77.
Oh, yeah.
Is it hot in here? Good.
77 degrees in here.
Is it sure enough?
Sorry, Lori, that was me. Stop the chill.
It's cold out there in the hall, isn't it?
Before you start, Derek, is there any more action required from the board or a quorum would be necessary?
Just, as far as if you want to talk about your priorities for what you'd like to see in the fiscal year.
Because there's some of us, I know, have got other commitments, and we don't want to just walk out and leave you here talking to the wall. But it's if we have to leave, please
I'll be
understand.
here, don't you worry. You're not presenting anything with that folder, right?
No, sir, I'm not, no, not at all.
I think, yeah, and I'll try to move through this as fast as I can. You know, a lot of it goes back to, you know, why don't a lot of people go to Sunday school? Because a lot of times the sermon gets preached in Sunday school, and so you like to hear it twice, so they just wait and go to preaching at 11. I feel like that here today. A lot of this sermon's already been preached with the themes that we're seeing here with the local and national economy, which we're going to touch on briefly. But let's start out, and I feel like that as we look toward the fiscal year 25 and the fiscal year 25 budget, capital's been the theme here today. And I feel like that with respect to capital in the coming fiscal year, this is a once-in-a-generation budget, fiscal year 25. I think you can look at it that way because this budget will provide the vehicle for some of the most significant capital expenditures in the history of this county. And we've heard here today, our financial advisor has talked about our strong financial position that enables us to discuss these expenditures. We're 2 steps away from AAA. You know, as somebody that goes around all over the state and the southeast doing this stuff says that Macon County sits in an enviable financial position. And we threw, you know, he talked about favorable debt ratios. And as you thumb through that book and look at those ratios, you'll see where Macon County is. And in each one of those categories, there's about 5 things topped with very strong being the highest. And Macon County is very strong at the highest level in each of those debt ratios. We saw that here today. We talked about the grant funding that we received. And you know, all the numbers we threw around today, and I tried to reiterate it and hit on it while Mitch was here, but what Mitch is telling us is, look, you have the ability, Macon County, under conservative revenue projections, because of your financial position, because of the interest rates you're going to be able to get from that financial position, you're able over the next 5 years to complete $180 million in capital projects, 146 of which comes in 2025. And again, the project selection is up to the Board of Commissioners. We have, however, identified, like I said, the priorities that we've discussed. But you're able to accomplish that much, up to $180 million over 5 years, up to $146 million in fiscal year 25. Never fall below $7 million in your capital reserve fund that has been established for capital projects, and never fall below $25 million in your fund balance, which still puts us at a level that far surpasses our peers. And last but not least, never have to raise your tax increase, never have to raise your taxes from what is now the lowest tax rate in the state of North Carolina. So you can accomplish all that without compromising your ability to do future capital projects as well. And like you say, the priorities change. You know, we heard about East Franklin up here, but if you look 5 years down the road, what does that look like 5 years down the road? Well, if all things hold constant and we fund the plan as projected here, you'll have about $2 million more in debt capacity and $2 million more built up in that capital reserve fund. Again, that's tomorrow. I think today we have to focus on what's in front of us today and accomplishing that, and we're able to do that. This didn't happen by accident, and it didn't happen overnight. I think the first thing, each of you gentlemen that are sitting in these seats today, as well as those that have come before you, have realized that you're elected to make decisions. And the decisions you have made and those that have preceded you have been fiscally responsible decisions. And they haven't always been popular because there's winners and losers. Anytime you make a budgetary decision, there's winners and there's losers. But in making those decisions, they've been able to, we have preserved our fund balance, and they've been criticized. Boards have been criticized for the fund balance growth. Why are you holding so much money in the fund balance? Why are these revenues coming in? But the point of it being is the decisions were made, that they take fiscally responsible leadership, and that fund balance we have remains today. It is here today, and we're able to discuss that. The $62 million grant, which we discussed, that was once a dream to many of us. The gentleman that sat in that seat right there, Mr. Shields, that you're sitting in, Senator Kevin Corbin, brought that grant back home here to Macon County. And that grant, that $62 million, as we've been shown by our financial advisor, that's here today. Commissioner Young alluded to the fact, the Franklin High School project particularly is something that we have planned for, we have discussed, we've held meetings we've had setbacks, we've spent approximately $3 million on design fees, hoping that one day that this would become a reality. And the fiscal year 25 budget, as I say, that becomes Franklin High School project becomes a reality today. And again, fiscal year 25 budget provides us with the vehicle to get there. When you look nationally, I think, you know, the budget kickoff is a very unique time. It's kind of like you got one foot on the dock and one foot in the boat and the rope's untied, and you're trying to, you know, figure out what's going on here in this fiscal year, as well as planning on what you're going to do when the boat takes out of the dock. So I think we got to look at where we started fiscal year 24. Coming into the fiscal year, the Treasury, if you'll recall, had just increased the federal funds interest rate in March to around 5%, again, leading up to the passage of this budget. We saw real estate sales, they had the sales prices continue to increase. We saw, but the sales volume had started to trend downward. Last April, the CPI was at 5%. That was down from 8.5% from the prior year. And sales tax, as Lori mentioned, was up 15% over the prior year actuals through February, at the time that we passed the fiscal year 24 budget. Now, what's happened since then? Most recently, the jobs report was released February 2nd. The federal funds interest rate remained constant at between 5.25 and 5.5%. Unemployment remains at historic lows. I think that unemployment has been below 4% now for the last 24 consecutive months. The jobs added at 353,000 doubled the numbers that economists had forecasted originally. The average hourly earnings, while they increased 4.5% from December prior year, this most recent increase was 0.6%. From the latest jobs report, from the previous jobs report. We have seen the CPI has continued again at 5%. Is what we saw coming into this budget. It is continuing trending downward to 2.9%. This inflation is coming down. We're seeing price pressures cool. And now they're discussing possibly reducing the federal fund interest rates, which, as we all know, impacts our local economy greatly. So to end here, the quote from the Federal Reserve Chairman, we think the economy is in a good place. We think inflation is coming down. We just want to gain a little more confidence that it's coming down in a sustainable way. So you got kind of some mixed signals out of that job report, but overall I think it highlights what both Lori and Mitch have said. You have to look no further the impact that the national economy has here on the local level. You can see where the interest rates have continued to impact real estate sales here on the right. You see sales for 2023. This is ending calendar year. They're down 5% in Highlands and about 18.5% in Franklin. Average sales prices, though, however, are continuing to climb. They've increased by $150,000 to end calendar year 23 in Highlands, and about $10,000 here in Franklin at $309,000 or $307,000 average sales price. And when you look, you know, although that is, you know, those sales numbers are coming down, you look at these average sales prices, and it goes back to just what our revaluation told us, that from 2019 to 2023, that's a 65% increase in Franklin in sales prices and 110% increase just from 2019 in Highlands in the average sales price. Not only in looking at these real estate sales, another place that we can look and see the point we're trying to make here, I think that Lori and Mitch, all of us have hit on it. You can see the slowdown in the real estate market in the average annual deed recordings. Now, don't get overwhelmed by this information. I got it summarized there on the right. I realize that's a lot of information. Our mapping department does an excellent job collecting and providing this information to us monthly. This dates all the way back to fiscal year 16. And I feel like what the big picture is as we head into 25 is this settling down to a new normal. And the real estate market, as we all know, is a primary bellwether for the economy here in Macon County. And while it has slowed from the record highs experienced during the pandemic, it does appear at this time that the level that it's settling down to is above that of the pre-pandemic market. What I've done here is looked at the time period of fiscal year 16 through fiscal year 19 in your average monthly deed recordings here. You can see it's 239 a month. During the pandemic, fiscal year 20 through 22, we saw that spike up to about 302 deeds a month on average. Now 23, year-to-date 24, that's back down to 264 a month, but as you can see there, still above that level that we were experiencing pre-pandemic. Another way of showing you the same data, this is the fee collections, the Register of Deeds fee collections, the primary source of revenue in that category right there is from recording of deeds. And you can see pre-pandemic, 653, they're creeping up to around 700, but then really taking off there in fiscal 21 to 1.2 million before in 23 we see it taper back down to around 925,000. You've heard me say it once, our local budget is a product of the local economy, and the number one reason I say this is because our number one revenue source is directly tied to real estate and real estate development. That is our ad valorem tax collections, and it accounts for approximately 54% of revenue in the general fund budget. Growth in real estate and development within Macon County directly translates into growth in this revenue source. Again, looking back to 2015, to restate what Lori has, you will find that the ad valorem, the growth in this ad valorem revenue and the growth story of real estate activity in Macon County are largely the same. Pre-pandemic here from 15 to 20 on average, we budgeted about $332,000 below on average what our actual revenues came in at. And that was about 1%. That's normal. That's good budgeting on $34 million. Have to pat Lori on the back for that. And we saw during the pandemic, however, and again, we talked about fund balance seems like all day and saw that sharp increase. Well, as was stated, we can't budget for astronomical growth. But in the ad valorem tax revenue from 21 to 23, everyone that's involved or tied to the construction industry or real estate industry knows things were going gangbusters, faster than you could keep up with. So that 1% or 300,000 that we were below in that acceptable range and below the amount that was actually coming in, shot all the way up to $1 million, over $1 million in these years from 21 to 23. And that's when you really saw that fund balance growth take off. Lori mentioned, though, in this fiscal year 24, the TR1 indicates that we submit that shows growth thus far throughout the fiscal year, or for the calendar year, is trending more in line with what we have budgeted for fiscal year 24. And there you can see the gap between the red line and the orange line, that's fund balance growth. And it's deceiving because you're dealing in the $5 million increments, but nonetheless, that gap, it has been a contributor to growth in the fund balance. The travel and tourism industry is another bellwether for our local economy, and similar to the real estate industry, you can see here the pandemic ignited travel and tourism across Macon County. Highlands is represented on the occupancy tax collections in Highlands are represented by the red line, Franklin the orange line, and Nantahala the yellow line there. You can see dating back to 2019. Nantahala TDC at 151,000. Occupancy tax collections are down about 23.5% from the peak there that we saw for Nantahala in 21, but they're still 127% above the pre-pandemic level of 66,500 that we saw in 2019. Franklin area, same thing, at around 490,000. That's stabilized at about 117% above pre-pandemic levels. Highlands occupancy tax collections in 23, they're 96% above pre-pandemic levels, and they continue to increase, but only 2% since fiscal year 22. So you see a strong travel and tourism industry there that again took off during the pandemic, much like our real estate, but is now coming back down and settling into what I feel like is a new normal. And how does that impact the operating budget for Macon County? It impacts sales tax revenue, and these are directly tied together. As people come into our area, they spend money here via sales tax collections, purchasing goods and services, and we see this reflected in our sales tax. Here you can see, again, the gap, fund balance growth. Mitch has hit on it. I won't go over it hard again, but nonetheless, this is what's happened from 15 to 20. On average, we were about $389,000 actual received over what we budgeted. Again, that's very good. That's within an acceptable range, and there were some good times in 15 and 20. The economy was rolling during 15 to 20. Still and yet, pandemic hits, fiscal year 21 through 23. That went from 389 that we were gaining on average with actuals coming in over original, all the way up to 2.4 million average for these years from fiscal year 21 through 23. Now, as Lori mentioned, fiscal year 24, we're sitting here and we're seeing again, we're right on target with where we have budgeted sales tax. So now we see that sales tax settling down at around at this $14 million numbers, and when you look back pre-pandemic, that's around $8 million. So it is settling down. It is not growing at the rate that we saw during the height of the pandemic, but it is growing, and we are at levels well above that of the pre-pandemic. So when you look at revenue overall, the fiscal year 24 budget at $63.7 million, that was about a $4.7 million increase in revenue. Sales tax collections here in the orange, let's discuss those. Those are 16% above in the fiscal year 24 budget. We budgeted 16% above the original budget for the prior year. So we gained a substantial amount of revenue there, $1.9 million. And again, that was budgeting no growth for fiscal year 24. So we have been conservative there, and we're tracking right in line with that. But nonetheless, you see that it's important to note this is an operating revenue source. Sales tax as well as ad valorem taxes. At conservative levels, those are what we're paying people with. Those are what we're putting gas in cars with. Those are what we're keeping the lights on with. That covers our operations. Our annual recurring capital, those two sources of revenue are what we rely on there. Tax collections just as well. We talked about, there as we started this fiscal year, that was coming off that gangbusters year of 23, and we saw in the tax growth in the tax base alone, from the TR1 and 22 to the 23 original budget was $870,000 of just growth in revenue that was attributable to development that occurred during that time period, to improvements. Also, so that's important to note, you see the red category, we talked about our ad valorem tax collections at $34.9 million. We gained about $1.5 million there. Again, that's operating revenue. That's money that we run the county day-to-day operations on, that we rely on. This $893,000 is actually the increase we picked up on investment earnings. As Lori talked about, our funds held at the North Carolina Capital Management Trust Fund are gaining a substantial interest rate, we're gaining substantial revenue due to the continued elevated federal funds interest rate. So that has served, and as we've hit on, was a big part of the capital that we were able to accomplish using that revenue source. And as she stated, while these other revenue sources are normalizing, that revenue source in itself is going to continue providing us a good source of revenue for capital projects that we can look at as being incorporated into the CIP and look at taking care of capital needs across the organization. The revenue growth in fiscal year 24, it allowed us, when we look back at our expenditures, we made numerous improvements inside and outside the organization. First and foremost, this $31.8 million, that makes up about 50% of our budget. That is the salaries and benefits of Macon County employees. That's the best money that we spend. In this budget, we were able to administer a 1.5% step increase and a 2% cost of living adjustment to remain competitive. As you'll recall, the average step and COLA combined for the western region, thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Was about 5%. We were right in line. We're able to remain competitive in doing that. So similarly, as I mentioned, the schools, just like that, we had experienced pressures. That was one of the things, the pandemic, while it brought increased revenue in these areas like our sales tax and our ad valorem tax, it also brought new challenges with our operating expenses. Cost of goods, inflation directly impacted those. Our ability to recruit and retain employees, everybody was paying more. We're not the only government that was getting additional revenue and had sales tax growing at the rate it did and ad valorem tax growing at the rate it did. So other counties around us were implementing pay increases, and we have to continue doing that to keep up with them, and that's what we were able to do with this budget. In addition, the interest on investments that we earned, we were able to, the orange you'll see here is capital. At $4 million, we were about $1.8 million over what we usually are able to do in capital. And that includes an upgrade of the critical backbone of our IT infrastructure that touches every service we provide. We were able to put a full body scanner at the detention center. We replaced transit vehicles. We replaced our molar roller. So we did our regular capital things, some things that we were hit with that was unexpected with our information technology. That was a big deal, as well as do some of these other things. And I think, that's one thing as we look at fiscal year 25, with the leveling out of the operational funding, the capital funding is going to remain there through that interest on investments. We were also in the green. We increased operational funding to the Macon County school system by 10%. That's the first time funding has been increased operationally to the schools in 4 years. So we were able to accomplish all that, able to meet all of these new challenges that the pandemic brought about. Expenditure-wise, it also created the revenue for us to deal with those, and you saw that in the fiscal year 24 budget. Let's see here. That, friends, is not supposed to be there. Let's see here. We can get that. There we go. Apologize for that interruption. So what are we talking about with the leveling out of the economy? Is a leveling out of revenue growth. And we saw that. That's illustrated in the sales tax and the ad valorem tax there. I think what we're looking at is, though, for the new normal. So what does the new normal look like that I'm talking about? Well, everything we've been able to do operationally up until now, the pay increases, the operational funding to the school system, that's all baked in. That is all baked in to the fiscal year 24 budget and will continue on into 25. So that's the first thing we got to remember. The next thing is that the growth is normalizing. The revenue sources that this growth is normalizing in is our operating revenue sources, our ad valorem tax and sales tax. That's behind that segment there that I could not get pulled off that shouldn't be there. But those two revenue sources are normalizing. So we have to then assume that the expenditures have to normalize as well. And so that's one thing we got to be thinking about moving into fiscal year 25. Our financial position, it leaves us well insulated from economic uncertainty. We're financially secure. We're budgeted conservatively this year. As we said going into this budget, that we feel comfortable that this budget will sustain us through whatever uncertainty comes. But luckily, things are happening just about like we thought they were. We're tracking just about where we thought we would. And there are no surprises. And at this point, knock on wood, and the good Lord willing, we don't expect any. We remain well positioned for substantial capital expenditures. That, again, the theme of today has been capital. The theme of this budget is, from a capital standpoint, it's a once-in-a-generation budget. And it's took a lot of hard work on the part of a lot of people, including you all and those that have preceded you, to make that happen. Also, we need to think about continue to pursue alternate revenue sources. I think Commissioner Young made a great point with the with the sales tax rep, with the quarter-cent sales tax. That can go back on the ballot in fiscal year '24. All that does is give us $2 million more on an annual basis that we don't have now. And we can use that to reduce the tax burden on Macon County citizens, to help us do more capital projects, should we so choose, however this board sees fit to do that. But nonetheless, it gives us another alternate revenue source that every other county that touches us has, except for us. And so, that puts it into perspective. If you go over to Cherokee County and get a Snickers bar, you're gonna pay that, and it's gonna go to their schools, or it's gonna go to wherever they have that tax directed. But in Macon County, it goes back to Raleigh and they keep it. So we need to keep that in mind as we discuss these alternate revenue sources moving forward. With respect to expenditures, we're seeing demand for services. They're continuing to increase. Here from the Health and Human Services, I pulled two examples from DSS following Medicaid expansion. Here you see the individual enrollment count. It continues to trend upward. Our DSS children in care continues to remain at elevated levels. We saw this coming in fiscal year '24 budget. This board approved 3 IMC2 positions to help with the caseload coming on into DSS, and currently DSS workers, they have an average caseload of about 710 cases per worker. I mean, that's the kind of workload and pressures that some of these DSS workers are under. And to me, that's just amazing. They do a great job over there, and they do. That's a job that not everybody can do, and they definitely kudos to them over there. Moving on from Health and Human Services, looking here in the kind of the public safety area, animal control intake in 2023, you see here in the top graph, it's about 121% greater in 2023 than it was in 2020. I had an email come through on my computer as I was sitting there, and Mr. Villiard emailed me and said January was another record month for the intake of animal control. So that's increasing. You see here our calls to dispatch, administrative calls and 911 calls are approximately 14% greater today than they were in 2020. As you'll recall, the recommendation from emergency management was to dissolve a fire captain position and create an additional telecommunicator position to accommodate this increase that we were seeing. And so we were able to do that in the fiscal year '24 budget. Here, chart on the left, you see EMS calls for service. They've increased by 14%, 22 to 23 as well. Moving on from public safety, right into your construction-related demand. Here, your environmental health reported a 28% increase in the number of septic permits issued between 22 and 23, and a 14% increase in the number of well permits. Contributing this increase is working through backlog. You'll know we put those environmental health technicians to go out and prep the site, get it ready so it could make the environmental health specialists that was going out there their job easier and improve their efficiency. You can see this in the increase in the environmental health department. Residential building permits, similar story to real estate and occupancy tax. They're down 5% from the pandemic high, but when you look compared 23 at 172 to 2019, that's about 53%. Reiterating again what appears to be a new normal with respect to our local economy. So, we've heard here today the schools, we're no different, just like them. Just like everybody, this is very early. This is the budget kickoff, and there's still a lot unclear about this picture. We don't know now what's going to happen with respect to the national economy, but we do know everything remained constant. We are in good shape. We're in great shape. And the main goal for this fiscal year '25 budget, as is with any budget, is to achieve the goals established by the Board of Commissioners for this organization. That's why we're here. The way we're able to do this is these folks sitting right here. These folks sitting right here that work throughout the organization. They're the boots on the ground. It is my job as the county manager to give these individuals the tools they need to do their job. And I feel like the first tool they need to do their job, because we can give them the best building, We can give them the newest cars. We can give them the most energy efficient building for that dispatcher. But if you ain't got that dispatcher sitting there to answer the phone when it calls, or you ain't got that ambulance driver to get in the ambulance whenever one of those 8,500 calls come in, that was a 14% increase from the prior year. If you ain't got nobody driving that ambulance, you might as well close the doors and go to the house. So that's the number one tool they have, and that's, to me as county manager, those employees are the number one priority. We'll continue to pursue efficiencies at every opportunity. You know, we talked about our financial position, our fund balance growth, and again, I'll turn to here, and it's because of the department heads. You know, every year, as I say, these budgets, there's winners and losers. Every year, these department heads don't get everything they ask for. You know, some years they get less than what they ask for, but year after year, they make it work. They continue to come in the name of public service, in the name of doing the best job they can for the Macon County citizens, and they're the reason that this organization, that we can stand up here and get all the accolades and the pats on the back that we did today, and it's because of these men and women, Macon County employees. So in doing this, we're going to continue to provide high-quality public services to the citizens of Macon County. I know I've said it once, I'll say it again, at the lowest tax rate in the state of North Carolina. So there are some unknowns. As we said, this is early. Operational needs of outside agencies, the school system has came. We have briefly heard from them. A lot of their picture is not clear yet. SEC will be submitting a budget. You know, the libraries are another outside agency that come each year with requests. So those are all unknown at this time. And again, the quarter-cent sales tax. And that plays into all of this because it's just $2 million we got that we didn't have. And it's $2 million that comes into our budget that we can use to allow us to accomplish many of these things. It's just, but we need to keep that on the radar. The economic conditions, labor market, cost of doing business, you know, those are trending down right now. We can't help but think that both of these things are going to continue to become more favorable. And that seems to be the message that's getting sent out right now by the Federal Reserve. In speaking to the capital budget, again, your summary is on page 17 of the CIP. The details are on page 28 and 29. So when we talk about this capital improvement plan, you'll see here $70 million, as we've talked about up top. Just real briefly, we put those in there because we felt like that those were two of the top priorities that have emerged. As Lori mentioned, that's $70 million that we're going to get a loan for. We want to combine those, lick that calf once. $182,000 for the airport is illustrative of a county match on a larger runway extension hangar upgrade project. There are vehicles at 600, emergency services vehicles at 300,000. That's really how this plays into the operating budget. That $900,000 there shows up in the capital of the operating budget, the annual recurring stuff. So that's kind of how these two things are tied together. Parks and Recreation, $1.7 million. Again, that's assuming that the board wants to move forward with phase one of the Recreation Master Plan that was authorized in this year. Your miscellaneous here, John, that was the, we've got a roof replacement on the detention center, roof replacement at the library, fire panel upgrade in the courthouse, and HVAC package for numerous county buildings. You see that in the detail. Forgot to add, you'll see this Macon County Schools, that $1.8 million right there, that's their annual technology and capital outlay appropriation plus the Nantahala sewer project. So I think what we got here, you know, is a pretty comprehensive take at meeting these capital needs here again, and it compromises nothing. We remain in excellent financial position. We retain our capacity for additional debt in the coming years, and we can do it. And so that's kind of all I have. I know it was rehashing a lot of what you heard, but you know, we're in, as Mitch said, an enviable position, and you have nobody to you can thank yourselves for that, because you've been a huge part of it. And I think it's kudos to this board, and, you know, as a Macon County taxpayer, I say thank you for being able to stand here and deliver news like this. I mean, you know, as Mitch said, there's counties across the state that would kill to have a budget kickoff meeting like we just did today. And I think each of you should pat yourselves on the back because you've had a big part to do with that. So with that being said, I'm gonna put the budget calendar up here. This is kind of, this is how we do it here. Each year, kind of, at February 8th, we've kicked off. We'll distribute a calendar to you here today. Start meeting with the department heads on the 15th. They will complete their line item budgets, turn it back in on the 14th. I will review these. We'll have our department head meetings with administration and finance. Each of these department heads get into the weeds there. March 18th through 21st and March 25th through 28th. The schools and the outside agencies, some of those unknowns we talked about, they're going to be submitting their stuff April 15th. May 21st, we plan on presenting the recommended budget to you gentlemen after we've been able to go through, condense it down, and kind of put our recommendation together. And as we did last year, we can take as much time as we need, as many meetings as we need for this board to go through that after we've had a chance to clean it up for y'all. And hopefully we'll get something adopted by June 11th.
Great job.
You need to drink water? Need some water
No.
or anything?
Yeah, I tried to get through you.
That was good.
Oh, I guess I'm,
What you got now, Chair?
well, let me see it first. That's it, I got it.
Council's goals and objectives.
Yeah.
Let's see, got some, let's see, who, Josh, you gotta be going pretty soon?
I'm not in any hurry. We'll finish this meeting.
Where's, you got an excuse now. Any questions, anything you wanna, ask Mr. Brower, anything?
Awesome job.
Go ahead.
I almost asked Davenport earlier, but where in this budget does it reflect like post-employment benefits? And does that number increase and decrease with, you know, the salary increase? That's a good question for Lori.
You guys got about the OPEB, other post-employment benefits,
Yes.
the big number that's in the financials?
I feel like, is that
It has
reflected
nothing.
in our budget, or is it kind of just
No,
outside
it's
this?
just a big number that appears on the balance sheet.
Big liability.
We have an actuary that looks at our information every year.
Who pays that? How is that funded? How do we pay for
We
that?
fund on a pay-as-you-go basis, meaning when our county's employees retire, they qualify for county insurance until Medicare age, and then some of them qualify for like a Medicare supplement, you know, depending on their years of county service. Whatever that amount is each year, we budget for it. So it's an ongoing amount we budget every year.
Is that reflected in here somewhere?
Yes,
It's okay. I guess.
it's in a budget line item, might end at 550208 for retiree health insurance, I believe it
I just
is.
heard him mention that name, and I feel like I haven't seen it.
Yeah, mainly, like I said, it's a big number on the balance sheet, but budgetarily, we just budget it on a pay-as-you-go basis, meaning we don't have money set aside. Some entities will set aside money in a trust account that has to be spent specifically for that. But, you know, knock on wood, we've been okay at being able to afford it each budget year. You know, we have kind of a massive, you know, influx of retirees that have caused that number to shoot up. You know, we've been able to pretty much stay within the budget. You know, have to just adjust it occasionally to be able to afford those premiums for those retirees.
Go ahead, sir.
You want me to go?
Out the door.
Well, yeah, I'm going out the door. in a
I'm
few
gonna be
minutes.
behind you.
Well, through the, and you and I have talked a little bit about this. We're talking about goals, and
Okay.
these are just what I think would move Macon County forward. Is I believe we need to start looking into possibly a convention center for Macon County. It's just a thought process. I mean, I think we have all these gym shows. The Robert C. Carpenter Center out there is not adequate for that. We have gun shows and all these things that, and I just feel that with all the natural resources that we have here, a convention center would be, would would be a benefit to this county, I believe.
Can we graduate in it?
What?
Can we graduate in
Well,
it?
that's up to
That's
this
capacity
board, but I
piece.
mean, absolutely, I mean, that's,
We had to go to outside or go to Western.
the other thing that I've been thinking about are the offices downstairs of this courthouse. And, I believe we need to build a justice center over by the sheriff's department. Move the DA's office out, the courtrooms out of here. Maybe even probation out of this building. And put everything over by the sheriff's department. You got the jail there. I mean, I'm just thinking outside the box. I'm dreaming.
It's nothing.
And we can move all the offices out of the basement of this building, for safety. And I know you don't want me to bring this up, but we could bring those out, use the basement for documents and stuff, for all county documents, whatever the case may be. We could possibly bring the veterans office over here. We have a big parking lot. They're having issues with parking over there and everything else. And utilize this building for county offices and let the Justice Center be freestanding. That would also free up some of the sheriff's officers, and with not having security here around the clock, and let the county business run county business. And I mean, those are just a couple things. I can't remember, it's almost $1 million the sheriff is using for courthouse security, which is law. But if the Justice Center was over by the sheriff's department, the jail is there, take the inmate across the parking lot into the Justice Center and they're not transporting them across town. I think it would benefit the sheriff. I think it'd benefit the citizens of Macon County. It'd also present offices in this downstairs of this building. I believe it would give a nice home for the Veterans Affairs, and so those are just a few things that.
But I think the motor keeps you running. It's a good thing, it's good.
It's my enemy, I keep thinking.
Between here and Highlands, we're gonna have to cut your trip shorter.
That's right.
Hey, they already tried once.
Yeah, give me a helicopter. That way I won't have time.
Put you in the
But
jail or
anyways,
something.
that's just a few things that I think would improve some things in Macon County.
What is the, whatever that letter is down there, what is this? Is that an I or what are we doing here? Board of Commissioners?
That's goals and objectives. That's
Is that
what I
what
was
you're-
that's what I was just discussing.
Did you mean to?
Yeah.
Okay. I can't see
I mean,
the,
the manager finished up a long time ago, so
Yeah, he's
you
gone.
opened the floor up to me, so I went with it.
I couldn't figure out what that was. What is it?
It's just,
From where?
just a set top.
Okay, we're gonna stay here all night.
I'm done. That's all I can add at one time.
Brother Antoine,
I'm good.
you good? Roll, you wanna stay longer?
I'll do whatever y'all tell me to.
Speak now or forever hold
Oh,
your peace is what I'll say.
Cut
I'm
the,
good.
cut,
If
cut
there's
the,
something you want us to work toward in the budget, we need to know now, as we're meeting with department heads, they're turning in budgets, do you have something that you feel strongly about? This is kind of your time to let us know that.
There was a huge amount of check marks that I had on my list.
Yeah, for capital stuff.
For capital stuff, so I mean, I just wanna make sure that we have funding for all of that.
Just an assessment to begin. Right.
I do have one more thing,
oh, you got one more thing,
real
brother.
quick. For
Antoine,
the senior services, that building that they're in, if we can at least get a process started, we can get somebody to go out there and go take a look at it, tell us if that building can actually be, I guess, brought up to code for them, or do they need to be in another building?
Just an assessment, like an assessment and.
Yeah.
We can certainly look at that.
And also, they're talking about parking issues over there.
Right, somebody had brought up that there's a piece of land behind them, I think it's like 2 acres.
We'll go into closed session on that issue. That's something
We do that.
Okay, got it.
Let's wait till next week.
Would that be an architect that we?
Yeah,
want to
just,
do an assessment?
yeah, an
So if
assessment,
it's under 50K, we can do a resolution exempting it, and of course, we'd have to appropriate money.
yeah.
So I guess it's something we can just fill out with.
Put a placeholder maybe in the CIP for it.
Yeah,
Yeah, kind of like the school submitted one for that Higdon
yeah.
house, maybe 150, 200.
Take care of that senior citizens building, I may be over there.
I'm getting close there.
I'll be 77 next week. So take care of that, baby.
Alright.
Yes.
Well, I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
Anybody want to stay? Good luck. We gone, we're gone.
Oh, yeah, we better vote.
Oh, yeah, we're gone. We're gone. Laura, do you keep this, or is it staying here?
Stays here, I think.
And you gonna take me home with you, be nice to your wife?
Negative. Okay, this is Bobby with Making Media.
Tomorrow, Bobby.
All right, thank you.
Years ago, that I only go through the contact any staff member. And I've been told.
That was presented like this financial, if you don't mind reaching out to me. You know, if you're like doing a more
In-depth.
like in-depth.
I'm not ready for that right now.
Yeah, sometimes you email me certain things, and I don't feel comfortable, I said it's there.
Okay.
You know, like this, this presentation, this public meeting, I'll be glad to email it to you.
Okay.
Just let me know.
There was
Just
a-
like audit time, like an auditor presents, you know.
Corbin and Gillespie brought and I never got a response from the county on what the money was supposed to be used. Let's go. And they did a and the commissioners that were here, Shields and Higgins, didn't know what it was for.
Oh, I guess I better take my water.
$30-ish thousand or something like that. A month ago, maybe? Maybe a little bit. This year.
I don't remember.
Hey,
I don't think I've only missed like, board meeting.
no, it was in the middle of the day.
Okay.
Check you guys got from Corbin and Gillespie. That check you got from Corbin.
62 million?
No, whenever we come in here and I asked you guys what it was for, nobody knew what the money was for. How much was it?
No, we did. We did get a state grant for $352,000.
$352,000, that sounds about
Okay.
right. What was that for?
It's for some 911 equipment, HVAC for some of our county buildings like Rec Park, and the DSS building. What else was in there? There's some radio upgrades on some older radios, like for emergency services, sheriff's department. And there might have been one more component, but yeah, all of that combined. So I bet you what they did, they probably wanted to have a press thing.
Yeah.
So they probably kind of wanted that press thing to say, hey, Macon County, we got you a $352,000 grant. But yeah,
Yeah, because they went by and gave one to the town before that.
did they? Okay, yeah. But yeah, that's what the gist of it, like I said, it's HVAC equipment for some buildings, emergency services, radio upgrade, and then.
So
911
mainly
equipment.
maintenance.
Yeah, a lot of equipment like HVAC and
All right,
everything.
okay, thank you. All right, I'll try to have a video up in the next several days. I'm thinking about going back to. But thank you all for watching.
You alone.